Good evening, everyone. I'd like to remind the speakers and everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch off your mobile phones or to silent for the duration of this forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 26th of May Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the meeting forum open at 6 o'clock. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. I remind our community members registered to speak that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you each have 3 minutes. However, council can grant an extra 1 additional minute for your address at its discretion. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you a question. I'll call each person to the lectern. I know that the following people have been requested to address council. Mark Ellis, who is the first speaker. Mark, would you like to step up? He's speaking on item 3.1, rescission motion, rescind item 3.3, notice of motion, council meeting schedule review. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, that's loud. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak in support of the rescission motion 3.1 to keep council in Gosford. We have to remember, this is the Central Coast Council, not the Wyong Council. And when the forced amalgamation occurred, we were assured of having meetings in Gosford. They spent big dollars in modifying the Gosford Council, then abandoned it. Then after, they sold the chamber. Then we were told, wait for the meeting in the new library. We got the new library, we had the meeting, which is a full house, and now we're told it costs too much to hold meetings in Gosford. Well, if you're worried about costs, stop throwing money at the airport and stop bringing unfunded motions to council like the $1 million signs the majority of the community don't want. Just think how much money from those signs could be put to funding the council that people want in Gosford. Well, anyway, further, how much money from the sale of the Gosford Chamber has been spent on these chambers instead of holding meetings in Gosford? Now, more people attend Gosford meetings usually than the usual smattering we see up here. Yeah. So, my question to you is, why are the Conservative councillors voting from the Gosford East and West Ward actually voting against their constituents? Clearly, most of the community want to attend meetings in Gosford, not Wyong. I'm not saying every time, but just occasionally, you know, just to say, yeah, you exist down there. So, also, I want to remind you, some of you may have forgotten that the next election, your numbers will be reduced. And I think it would be a brave councillor with further political aspirations to continue voting against their constituents who actually want to be involved in the council and their community. So, in closing, I will urge you councillors to support this rescission motion and think about beyond your voting bloc and your political allegiances and think about the community and vote with the community to hold council meetings in the Gosford CBD. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions? Councillor Lamont? Mark, could you please stay?
Wow, an actual question.
Sorry, Mark.
I'm excited.
How would you, there seems to be this, it has to either be Wyong or Gosford. How would you feel if we actually had a council meeting roadshow at appropriate places around the Central Coast?
I think that would be actually a good thing, you know, move it around. You know, there's always been the focus on Gosford and Wyong. There's plenty of other places in the deep north or even up in the beach areas that can do it. There's plenty of spaces we can do it. We've got Erina. There's been meetings at Erina Library. You can do them out of Turrigal. You can do them anywhere. I think you'd be doing that. I think that's a great idea. But I'm thinking just hold them here solely is just not democratic, and it's actually putting people off. There's local councils are supposed to be ingrained in the community, and they're the ones closest to the community, and you're alienating your community by just having them all here. So I'd support that, council.
Thank you.
No further questions for Mark. Thanks, Mark. Next speaker is Julian Boker. She's speaking on 3.1, rescission motion, rescind. Item 3.3, and notes of motion, council meeting schedule review. And she's speaking.
Mayor, councillors and members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a local resident from Umina Beach in the southern part of the LGA and Vice President of the Peninsula Residents Association. I'm speaking for the rescission motion because we feel the current path reduces the visibility of council decision making and risks further undermining public trust in our council. Public trust isn't built only on what council decides, it is built on residents being able to observe how those decisions are made, who is in the room, how they treat others, how they represent the residents that they've voted for them, what questions are asked, and how competing interests are debated openly and not in hidden subcommittees. I'm not going to dwell on the alleged 17,000, or is it really 5,000 per meeting? When we sold the Gosford Chamber for 22 or 23 million, it's not significant. Maybe we should look at renting out this Wyong Chamber if we really need to recoup costs. But the question is bigger than a line item. What does it cost to lose confidence in local democracy? You promised Gosford meetings, and now some of you have backflipped and created a distraction and angst that nobody needed. Abruptly abandoning the agreed September 2025 approach raises questions about how the business community can have confidence in council decisions when commitments are overturned so quickly. Gosford isn't just symbolically important, it is a growing major centre where people work, study, access services and gather. Regular meetings there would make council visible in the life of the community. A single annual meeting in Gosford is not meaningfully visible. It is a token appearance. There is no parking, I hear you cry. Well, welcome to Gosford. If it's a problem for you, imagine how the residents fare. The council website on the new Gosford Library states, the flexible function space will be able to accommodate a number of events and activities, including the ability to host council meetings. I accept there were logistical issues at the March meeting, setup, staffing, security and accessibility, but those are solvable by the CEO and council management. Let them do their job. Wyong is not perfect. Last meeting, we saw over 20 councillors and staff, visitors and those online, wait 5 minutes for the mayor to arrive. Since Gosford Library is very close to his home, maybe that would be a better location. I hear you say that these meetings are not community engagement sessions, but transparency is still part of good governance. It's about whether residents can easily witness and participate in the decisions that shape their neighbourhoods. If we want stronger public trust, we need more openness and more visibility, not less. So I urge councillors, especially Gosford West and Gosford East councillors, to support this rescission motion and the subsequent motion to allow alternative meeting locations to run for the year and then reassess with all the facts and help restore the faith in conviction of your decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. Any questions for Julian? No, thank you. Thanks very much. Next speaker is Jennifer Wilder, speaking on 6.2, EPC 26176, Review of Transport Orientated Development, TOD, Programme Classification for Woy Woy. Thanks, Jennifer.
Councillors, I'm speaking on behalf of the Peninsula Residents Association tonight. We support the principles behind transport-oriented development and we support a Woy Woy glow-up. We support thoughtful urban renewal instead of endless sprawl into bushland and farmland. But supporting TOD does not mean we must support an accelerated version of it in Woy Woy. Woy Woy is not just another station precinct. It's one of the Central Coast's most climate vulnerable urban areas. Council's own studies tell us this. In 2023, Council commissioned and adopted Realm's Woy Woy Floodplain Risk Management Study and Plan. The Woy Woy Peninsula Climate Change Adaptation Study warns of increasing risk from sea level rise. The flood studies identify compound risks, including tidal inundation, groundwater emergence, storm surge, drainage failure, and prolonged flooding. Brisbane Water is also ranked the third most vulnerable estuary system in New South Wales for sea level rise, with more than 4,000 properties projected to face tidal inundation. Just this year, we've seen roads and basement car parks closed on the peninsula due to rain. And yet we are considering planning controls that would encourage major population intensification in exactly this location. We are told engineering can solve these problems, but engineering does not eliminate risk. It often just transfers risk into the future. The peninsula also has physical constraints. Woy Woy has very limited access in and out. Residents already know how quickly congestion builds now. How will this function safely with thousands more residents? Existing infrastructure can't cope with substantial additional density. Too often, infrastructure is promised later, after density is approved and pressure has already intensified. If the Central Coast must accommodate major future growth, surely Gosford is the more logical location for the highest intensity development. Gosford has broader transport connections, greater infrastructure capacity, and far fewer physical constraints than a low-lying coastal peninsula. That does not mean Woy Woy should not grow. It should, but not at a reckless or inappropriate bulk and scale. Respectfully, proposals of this magnitude should emerge through a proper strategic planning process. The LSPS is about to be reviewed to guide the region's next decade of growth. Surely decisions of this scale should be tested transparently through that process. Councillors, the greatest mistake we could make is planning for short-term housing targets while underestimating long-term climate realities and infrastructure limitations. We ask the Council to reject the accelerated TOD approach in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Councillor Wright, you've got a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Wilder, for coming in to speak to us here tonight. Given your capacity within the Residents Association, you've naturally acknowledged some of the challenges around housing supply on the peninsula. How does the Residents Association propose that we increase housing density on the peninsula, if not this TOD program? What would be the alternative?
Well, we're certainly not opposed to transport-oriented development in Woy Woy. It's the accelerated version that is causing some concern. So considering that the other locations where the accelerated TOD is targeted are Blacktown, Chatswood, places like that, that are not similar to Woy Woy. They don't have the vulnerabilities of Woy Woy. So we're just concerned about that vulnerability and that the location, but we're certainly not opposed to growth or increasing housing or even TOD itself. It's just the accelerated version that's causing concern.
Just on that, one further question. Which part of it, or which part of the accelerated program do you have concerns about? Obviously, there's very specific criteria to meet an accelerated TOD program. Which of the criteria do you think aren't suitable for Woy Woy as opposed to the original TOD design?
Well, it's largely the flexibility that we understand comes with an accelerated version of TOD. There seems to be a flexibility in bulk and scale that you don't get with just the standard TOD, the Tier 2 TOD. And so we're concerned that the bulk and the scale could be blown to, completely reckless or inappropriate size or height scale. And we just, as I was saying before in my speech, we don't have the access roads in and out. We're already having basements flooding on the peninsula. We're already very low lying. We have tidal inundation. We're living with that reality. And that's a hell of a lot of people to put at risk if if we're to increase the density at such an accelerated capacity, I guess.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. Next speaker is Sandra Harris, Spain 7.6 Local Government Remuneration Tribunal Determination, Councillor and Mayor's fees for 26-27, and she's speaking against. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff and members of the community. I rise tonight to speak against the proposed increase to councillor remuneration and allowances contained within item 7.6. At a time when more and more Central Coast families are struggling, not just to keep their heads above water, this proposal sends entirely the wrong message to the community. Across our region, people are hurting. We are seeing increasing homelessness. Families are living week to week. Small businesses are under enormous pressure from rising costs, insurance, electricity, rent and wages. Mortgage holders are struggling, renters are struggling. Even people who are working full-time are finding it harder than ever to make ends meet. And while the community is being asked to tighten its belts, this council is once again considering increasing its own remuneration. That does not sit well with many ratepayers. The community understands the councillors have responsibilities. They understand there is time and effort involved in the role, but the question people are asking is this: if residents are receiving fewer services, paying higher rates and watching infrastructure and maintenance standards decline in many areas, why should councillors automatically receive more money year after year? Many residents feel they are paying more and getting less in return. People expect leadership during difficult times, and leadership is not only about approving budgets and policies, it is also about demonstrating restraint, empathy, and an understanding of the financial reality facing the community. Councillors are elected to represent the people, not separate themselves from them. When the community sees repeated rate increases, increased charges, and growing financial pressure, while council fees continue to rise regardless of outcomes, it creates a perception that council is disconnected from the people it's meant to serve. Whether intended or not, that perception damages public trust. I believe this council should be leading by example. If the community is being asked to absorb financial pain, then councillors could be prepared to share in that responsibility rather than accepting automatic increases simply because a tribunal determination allows it. Just because council can adopt the maximum allowable increase does not mean it should. Tonight is an opportunity for councillors to demonstrate solidarity with the people of the Central Coast, the workers, the families, the pensioners and small business owners who ultimately fund this organisation through their rates. I urge councillors to reject this increase and send a message that this council understands the pressures facing the community and is prepared to put ratepayers first. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Any questions for Jennifer? No. Jennifer. Sandra, sorry. Sandra's actually the next speaker as well on point 8.1, notice of motion delegation to standing committees. Thanks, Sandra.
Okay. I rise tonight to speak against item point 1 regarding increased delegation to standing committees. At first glance, this proposal may appear to be an administrative efficiency measure. We are told it is about streamlining processes, improving workflow and reducing duplication. But I believe there is a much bigger issue at stake here: transparency, accountability and public trust. This council exists to represent the people of the Central Coast. And when important decisions are increasingly delegated away from the full council chamber and into smaller committee structures, many residents understandably become concerned that decision-making is becoming less open and less accountable. The community deserves to see decisions debated publicly by the full elected body, not shaped behind closed doors or within smaller groups where influence can become concentrated. Because the reality is this: the smaller the decision-making circle becomes, the greater the risk that ordinary councillors are more importantly, the public, lose visibility into how decisions are truly being made. That does not mean anyone in here is acting improperly, as some may say that's debatable, but perception matters. And after After the financial collapse and administration period this council has already been through, public confidence in local government on the Central Coast is fragile. People are already questioning whether decisions are being made in the best interests of residents. They are already frustrated by rising rates, reduced services, and a growing feeling that the community is not being properly heard. This motion risks making that distrust worse. Efficiency should never come at the expense of transparency. Good governance is not just about making decisions faster. It is about making decisions openly, carefully, and in a way that the public can follow and understand. The more authority that is delegated into smaller committees, the more important scrutiny becomes. And many residents will reasonably ask, why reduce full public debate? Why centralise influence into smaller groups? Why move away from decisions being openly considered by the entire elected council? The community did not elect committees. The community elected all councillors to participate fully in decision making. Every councillor represents a portion of this region, and every resident deserves confidence that major decisions are being debated openly and publicly by the full council wherever possible. In my view, and that of many others, this council should be moving toward greater transparency, not less. At a time when trust in government institutions is declining across the country, the answer is not to consolidate decision-making into smaller groups. The answer is to strengthen openness, strengthen scrutiny, and strengthen accountability to the public. I urge councillors to reject this motion and ensure that important decisions remain visible, transparent, and accountable to the entire community. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. Any questions, Councillor Lamont?
Thank you. Sandra, just one question. Do you actually watch any of the committee meetings at all? Like that, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think I've been to one of them, but no, I don't watch all of them, no.
Okay. What would you see as a better system out of council in regards to the council meetings and the standing committees?
I think there should be probably 2 council meetings a month to get through it all instead of having such a long one once a month. And I think there should be some more public involvement in the committee.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. Thank you. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. Thank you. Evening, everyone. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home today. I now declare the meeting open at 6:31. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Darkinjung country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Please turn your mobile phone off or switch it to silent. In the event of an emergency, wait for the instructions from council staff or security guards. If we need to evacuate, council has 2 emergency muster points, one on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and the other at Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. If you experience a medical emergency, please alert security or council officers for assistance. Please be advised that this meeting is audio-visually recorded, webcast live and archived on the council's website. In accordance with Council's Code of Meeting Practice, filming and photography are not permitted. Anyone observed filming the meeting may be asked to leave. Members of the public in the gallery are asked to be respectful at all times to each other and to the councillors in the chamber. In accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, any disruptive behaviour will not be tolerated. Councillors are reminded that they have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. Please keep the debate respectful according to Council's Code of Conduct and avoid making statements that might defame or offend. Councillors in the chamber are reminded to turn the microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing Council. In accordance with Section 7.1 of the new Code of Meeting Practice, councillors should stand when addressing the meeting if they are physically able to. Audio clarity is significantly improved when speakers speak directly into the microphone rather than addressing the room or looking away. Due to the location on the raised platform, the executive leadership team will remain seated when speaking. As the Mayor, I support this. Councillors, with the intention of getting through all items tonight, have decided that for the meeting tonight, the 5-minute debate time allocated to each councillor will include your questions. Just quickly, I'd like to mention that it was fantastic to have the New South Wales Blues State of Origin training camp based here on the Central Coast in the lead up to tomorrow night's Game 1, and to have the coach Laurie Daly inspiring students and the public at the Central Coast Sports College last week. It was a real boost for our region to be part of their preparations. We wish the Mighty Blues all the best for the 2026 series against Queensland, and good luck tomorrow night in Game 1, and they'll be back on the coast for Game 3. Item 1.4, apologies and requests for attendance. In accordance with Section 5.4 of the Code of Meeting Practice, I note that Councillor Mooland and Neil have submitted leave of absence requests as they are travelling, and now move that a leave of absence is granted for each councillor. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.5, disclosure of interest. Firstly, myself, I can confirm that I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to go, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McGregor.
On item 8.3, notice of motion change of name to, I'm going to declare an insignificant non-pecuniary on that one, as I've used the facility and I play club sport on the Central Coast.
Thank you. Councillor Castles.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Crowley.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walsh.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
Nothing to declare, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will declare a less than significant non-pecuniary on item, it's the sister city coming out of the Community and Culture Committee, so CCC 26/43, as I'm President of the Gosford Sister City Association. I will also declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest on the governance and finance, item 6.4. I am hoping to pull out the report on the POET, Protection of the Environment Trust report, and I'm a former member of that trust committee and have previously, am associated with groups that have previously received grants from it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Reaton.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I now call confirmation of minutes 1.6. Can I have a mover? Councillor Reaton, second by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? So that's Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and against Councillor Stanton. Thank you. Item 1.7, items resolved by exception. Councillors, unless anyone has a motion now to move items en masse, I will move past this item. Councillor Lamont.
Sorry, what are we voting on? I've just missed.
That was to, unless anyone has a motion now to move items en masse, I will move past this item. So it's just to move past, because we'll be talking about every item.
Which item are we talking about? Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yep, now I understand. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Item 2.1, mayoral minute, closure of Central Coast Council's performance improvement order. Councillors, I am pleased to share that the Minister of Local Government, the Honourable Ron Honig, MP, has closed the performance improvement order issued to Central Coast Council under the section 438A of the Local Government Act 1993 on the 19th of September 2024. This marks an important milestone for the Council, with the PIO officially closed on the 12th of May 2026. Over the past 2 years, Council has worked to address the requirements set out in the PIO. Our final compliance report was submitted on the 17th of September 2025, demonstrating that all the mandated actions had been completed in full. This outcome reflects the sustained effort, collaboration and commitment of Council's leadership team, Council officers and councillors. The PIO was originally issued in response to the concerns regarding Council's financial sustainability, governance and decision-making process. Focusing on these issues has been key to meeting all our compliance requirements. The closure of the PIO represents a significant step forward for Council. It acknowledges the progress we have made that reinforces our commitment to responsible financial management, sound governance and effective service delivery. Central Coast Council also marked another milestone on the 12th of May 2026, celebrating 10 years since its establishment through amalgamation. This anniversary highlights how far Council has come and what has been achieved throughout the PIO process. The Office of Local Government will continue to monitor our progress as part of its responsibilities. We welcome this continued engagement as we remain focused on delivering strong outcomes for the Central Coast community. I formally move that the Council receive this mayoral minute. I now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Councillor Castles.
just a question. Is it good time now for the question?
Yeah.
Can I do that? Yeah. I just wondered through you, Mr. Mayor, probably to the CEO, when it says that the Office of Local Government will continue to monitor our progress as part of its responsibilities, which is completely understandable. Can I be given some indication of what that monitoring actually entails at all, please?
Thanks, Councillor.
It is my understanding that the monitoring will continue based on the way that they monitor all councils. So my understanding is that they do monitor and review all council meetings. So we have a dedicated council liaison officer who has that role. They also monitor our regular performance reports, our quarterly business reviews, budget reviews, and other documents that we need to submit to the OLG on a regular basis, including our annual report, our IP&R documents, our budget, etc. All of those things are often reviewed with feedback provided to us and dealt with on a case-by-case basis if required.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I ask, now that the performance improvement order has ostensibly been lifted, what assurances council can give to the community that financial stability will not continue to be pursued through reductions in services or increased user pay models or further pressure on staff workloads? I've got a couple of questions actually, so that's the first one.
That's a political decision and decision of the council.
Sorry, to clarify, your answer is that it's the decision of the council to not reduce services to...
The question you asked was, there's a range of those questions are questions that the council would make and would give guidance in those spaces if and it's not on the agenda. We went through a budget session, but if we did come under financial pressure, ultimately a decision to reset the budget is going to be a decision of the council.
I guess I'm asking that question because council exists to serve the constituents and not necessarily just produce clean financial reports or budgets, but I'll just ask the next one, thank you. Does council believe the forced amalgamation of the former councils contributed to the governance and financial challenges that ultimately led to the PIO? And if not, why not?
Again, that's not a question I can answer. There's a public inquiry.
Would you like to take it on notice?
No, there's a public inquiry. I'd suggest you avail yourself of the information in the public inquiry.
I have. That's why I'm asking the question. I have availed myself of that information.
You can draw your own conclusions from the information that's available.
I have drawn those conclusions,
Then why
which
are
is
you
why I'm
asking a
asking the
question?
question. Because those documents don't actually answer this particular question. But thank you.
So, going back to the vote, all those in favour?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and against Councillor Lamont. Carried. Thank you. Item 3.1, rescission motion, rescind notice of motion, council meeting schedule. Councillors, a rescission motion has been submitted on item resolved on the 5th of May 2026, extraordinary meeting resolution C26/1001, council meeting schedule review. Rescission motion is signed by Councillors Castles, Walsh and Neil. Firstly, we have to consider the rescission. Councillor Castles, will you be moving the motion, and do you have a seconder?
Mr Mayor, yes, I will be moving the rescission. And I will speak to that when I have a seconder.
Can I have any seconder? Councillor Walsh, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Mayor and councillors, this rescission motion has not been put forward without a great deal of thought. It's clear to me, as it is to others, and particularly to people in the community, that we really need to be showing that Central Coast Council treats Gosford and the southern area of the LGA with the respect that it deserves. We understand that there were clearly a few glitches on our one meeting that we held there. We have heard probably only a couple of weeks ago that there is work already being done in terms of some improvements regarding some of the railings and various other things to do with the seating in there. It's imperative that we actually do hold meetings in Gosford. The alternate motion that I have, that we have got on the table here, is modest, it's sensible, and it makes good decision-making protocols by not throwing the baby out with the bathwater and trialling meeting at the Gosford Chambers over the next 3 meetings that were originally meant to be there. I commend the rescission. I hope that other councillors will see that it's worthwhile doing this properly, not doing it half-baked, and giving Gosford and the people of the Central Coast the respect they deserve. Even though tonight we know that there are not many people in the gallery, I am nevertheless informed that the majority of people in the gallery tonight are actually from the Gosford area and the Gosford side of our LGA. So I guess in a sense that shows us that people are keen, interested, and want to be part of our council meetings and to be there in the gallery, to be able to come to the public forum without necessarily having to travel all the way to Wyong. And I really do commend this rescission and look on the goodwill of my fellow councillors to support the rescission and then support the actual alternate motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Reaton. Councillor Wright, sorry, it's jump. Councillor Reaton, can you let Councillor Wright jump in?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I appreciate this is raised with good intentions from Councillor Castle, so I'm not here to attack her on a personal level, only to say that I agree that we did have that one meeting in Gosford, and it was a good meeting, but I still think, as I said to Councillor Castles when I emailed a few weeks ago and unfortunately didn't receive a response, that the $17,000 cost is still quite significant. I did ask that we look at ways to reduce that cost, and again, unfortunately, didn't hear back. We have nine in the gallery here tonight.
Excuse me, Councillor Wright.
Just need to get some clarification on the figure. I thought that figure had been disputed a number of times or analysed a number of times. The noise not on. We can't hear you.
Councillor Walsh, can you, and Councillor Eaton, can you put your
This is
buzzer?
a point of order if it's misinformation,
Yeah.
if it's not accurate information and it's been shown to already not be accurate information.
Yeah.
I thought the director, in responding to questions, it was nowhere near $17,000.
Sorry, Councillor, it's no debate. It's non-debate. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I believe you might be referring to the Heritage Committee. This is the meetings at Gosford Library.
Councillor Wright, just...
Okay. Well, it's quoted in...
Yeah.
And the other thing I have on this is that on one hand, we're asking to have more meetings at Gosford, but Councillor Castles also has a motion to allow councillors to attend online for the next 6 months. So do we end up in a situation where we've got meetings in Gosford that no one's attending? So I won't support this motion. However, I would certainly reconsider it in future. It's not to say that I wouldn't have more meetings in Gosford at a later date. And I think a better start for this would actually be to have some more of the committee meetings in Gosford, and particularly use that as an opportunity to bring in some external speakers to those committees. And as I've always said, I think the Economic Development Committee does that well, and we could bring in a range of people from Gosford who could attend those committees and speak. It would be far less cost. It's a good way for people to understand the committee process, and it's a good way for us to continue using that Gosford technology.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When we were elected, I recall being reminded that while we were elected within a specific ward, we were councillors for the whole of the Central Coast. So on that basis, I feel that the importance of this rescission is about championing local democracy and actual geographic equity. Our coast is vast, its population is diverse. Consolidating nearly all the meetings, if not actually all the meetings, to the Wyong Chambers systematically disadvantages the residents in the southern region, Gosford and surrounds, who wish to engage with their elected representatives. And I congratulate those people in our constituents in the gallery tonight who have taken the time and made the effort to travel to Wyong, as those who live in this area could make the effort to travel to Gosford. Democratic access, local governments should be close to the people. That's often a term that we hear about being councillors. Shifting to just one meeting or no meetings in Gosford effectively locks out a massive portion of the community from evening council sessions due to travel times and transport limitations. And it becomes a tale of two hubs. The amalgamation of the Wyong and Gosford councils was intended to create a unified region, not to strip the historic capital of its civic voice, the historic capital of the Central Coast, of its civic voice. Reinstating at least 3 scheduled meetings in Gosford would ensure some type of geographic equity. The library was purposefully built, and it's beautiful, and it was funded with the explicit capability to host civic events, including council meetings. So underutilising this purpose-built space, even our own website noting that it is a flexible functional space able to host these meetings, reverting only to Wyong for almost the entire year renders this space capability somewhat redundant and represents a poor return on investment for such a state-of-the-art public asset. And there's also the power of symbolism. Holding meetings in the new library brings life and civic gravity to the facility, transforming it into the true community hub it was envisioned to be. So we cannot claim to support the revitalisation of Gosford as the capital of the Central Coast while simultaneously removing the presence of local government from it. So having councillors, staff and community galleries regularly meet in Gosford drives evening foot traffic and signals profound confidence to businesses, developers and residents that council is visibly invested in the southern CBD. And certainly not just from a developer perspective. So the rescission motion wisely points out that a permanent blind commitment instead of it implementing a sensible evidence-based trial. It advocates for a sensible evidence-based trial. So in terms of what we decided on May the 5th to restrict Gosford to just one meeting a year, we're clearly sending the wrong message to the southern half of our LGA, and it's saying that the regional capital status is just a title on paper and not a living practice. We built the Gosford Library to be a beacon of modern civic life, and we explicitly designed it to host these meetings. If we retreat back to Wyong for 11 out of 12 months of the year, it's an underutilisation, which I've pointed out. So the foreshadow motion isn't asking for a blank cheque. It asks for a transparent, data-driven trial over 3 scheduled meetings this year, and it asks us to look at gallery attendance, to survey the community on their experience, and to look at how we can use a tiny fraction of the 23 million pocketed from the Gosford asset sales to fund democratic access and process. So let's bring council back to the people, utilise our infrastructure, show the residents of the southern Central Coast that their access to democracy matters just as much as anyone else's. I urge us to vote for the rescission. And if we were going to start that data collection just tonight, it's clear from the gallery attendance tonight that we could have easily been holding this meeting in Gosford. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Ream.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I speak against the rescission motion. I note that no new material has been advanced tonight to support the rescission motion, and on that basis I'll move the motion be put.
Yeah, but if the question's been put, sorry, Councillor Castles, would you like to close? All right. All right. You'll get the right reply after the motion be put. All those in favour?
Councillor Castles, can you ask about how much it really costs for me, please?
All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Carried. All those in favour? Oh no, Councillor Castles. To close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, disappointing though it is to hear what some have said tonight, I also would like to make it quite clear that as part of the alternate motion, which I did very circulate today, I've been very collegiate about this. We often get told, look, you don't cooperate, you don't try and work together, etc. All councillors were provided with a copy of the alternate motion. And even today, when I had put in a small amendment, which actually asks for a table of comparison costings between holding meetings in Gosford and Wyong, even with that being sent to everybody, it's quite clear that there isn't an intention to work in a collegiate way and that people still prefer to simply go their own way and not respond to a very reasonable idea to continue to hold 3 meetings to the end of the year in Gosford. I mean, seriously, it's pretty sad. So really, at this point, my right of reply, I will simply say, through you, Mr Mayor, if I can be given any idea at this stage how much it's actually costing to hold a meeting in Wyong, I would appreciate it. If not, we will have to look later at finding out that information quite clearly, because regardless of whether this decision goes down or not, considering the costings of holding meetings in Gosford has been the thing that has been raised as being the major barrier to doing it, I think it's only fair in the end that we also get a full explanation of the costings in Wyong, staff time, etc. For example, today, when I got here around 2 o'clock, because I had some IT issues to deal with, already this gallery was being set up. That's great. So it means that people are working in here, doing things from early in the day, as they should be. This is no different from what would happen should we be in Gosford. I rest my case, and I still would like to implore people to seriously consider, at least maybe 1 or 2 of you, voting against the normal block and supporting Gosford and what goes on in Gosford, and the revitalisation of Gosford by the use of a public building. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the rescission motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The rescission motion is lost. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 4.1, deferred item notice of motion demonstrating responsible leadership. Councillor Castles.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I will move this motion. Should be noted, it has been deferred. This is the 3rd time it has been on the business paper, and obviously time, has moved on slightly since I first put it up. So I move the motion, and I'm happy to speak to it.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Walsh, thank you.
And I will speak to the motion. Now, I certainly think that this is worthwhile. We know that we do have a cross-directorate working group working at the moment on the matters involving the extra costs, etc., with the situation in the Middle East, and particularly in terms of fuel supplies, but also obviously all sorts of other things as well. Or sometimes, and I think one of our speakers said this tonight, it's important not just to always act because you think, well, this is going to save a bit of money. It's also about showing leadership. This is about showing leadership as a group of 15 councillors. This can be something that can be included in what the working group is looking at, but 15 councillors showing leadership is an important thing. This motion does not seek to prevent people attending council meetings. There's been some nonsense bandied about that this is what this is about. This is not what it's about. It's simply a moratorium for 6 months which permits attending all council meetings via audio-visual link without the requirement of any explanation, including carrying duties or medical reasons. It's reasonable, it's modest, it shows leadership, and I commend the motion to fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do rise to speak against the motion, and I do commend Councillor Castles. At the time this motion was put forward, I was probably inclined to think it was fair and reasonable, and possibly it should be supported, but events have moved on. The petrol price has come back down. There is no difference now between petrol price at the moment than what it was before the war started, and it certainly looks like from all the media that the war is shortly to come to a close. So I think it's premature. If events change, bring it back by all means.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I obviously rise to support the motion. We are continuing to live in significant periods of unprecedented global volatility. That the term unprecedented is probably contestable, given that our world has lived through many eras of incredible volatility. But the reality of the conflict in the Middle East continues, and it has, of course, hit home right here on the Central Coast at our local petrol stations. Community members across the Central Coast, of course, are feeling the pinch of skyrocketing fuel costs. In spite of them coming down, they've certainly not even vaguely reached the levels that they were pre the outbreak of the conflict in the Middle East. We can't just sit back and watch the cost of living climb, pretend it's business as usual. We have a fundamental responsibility to lead by example, reduce our own operational footprint, and demonstrate that local government can be agile, modern and responsive to such global crises. And we've been having meetings, looking at how we can manage that. And just this afternoon, Councillor Eaton approached Councillor Castles to withdraw the motion and cited that she's going to lose it anyway. So not quite sure how that operates, but anyway. So it is a motion that is looking at addressing leadership, maybe not in the exact way that some of our team of 8 councillors view leadership, but this, of course, is a modest and yet, of course, fiscally responsible approach to leadership as well. It's practical, it's meaningful, it's just asking us to look at how we operate and find some immediate ways to reduce our own personal fuel consumption and associated travel reimbursement costs. If we're asking our community to tighten our belts, I know that council doesn't disagree with looking at how council can tighten their belts, and this is just another way to be able to do that. So a 6-month moratorium from Minister Honig and the Office of Local Government to allow unconditional audio-visual link is simply common sense. It was proven through the pandemic that beyond a doubt, actually, that our society has moved to levels and moved way beyond it even since then with technology to govern effectively from anywhere. So forcing individuals to provide a medical certificate or justifying caring duties just to log into a meeting digitally is an outdated, rigid approach to workplace flexibility. So I do welcome Councillor Castle's motion and urge our colleagues here to support that. It's sensible, it's fiscally responsible, and it shows the Central Coast community that their council is proactive, progressive and ready to adapt. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I assure you I'm not picking on Councillor Castles tonight, it just happens to be 2 motions in a row. I would, again, disagree with this motion. As it was stated before, I think if it had have come on the night it was due to come in March, perhaps it would have been a different story. But I mean, Councillor Walsh said that fuel prices still returning to normal. I just had a look. The price of petrol in January 2026 on the Central Coast was an average of $2.04 a litre. I bought petrol today for $1.78, and if you're interested, it's anywhere on the Tuggerah Strait, getting quick. So I would reject that part of it. The other thing about leadership, I think that's interesting, is I'm not sure how we showed leadership in this regard when, I sit on the train in the morning and go to the shops alongside teachers, nurses, anyone working outside of council who has to go to work each day, school teachers going to school to teach in the classroom. How do I say I'm showing leadership by saying, you go and do that, but actually I'm not going to do that? And the other thing I would say to all councillors is, if we want to cut down on fuel consumption, more than happy to offer a lift. I drive from Avoca Beach to Wyong, normally about 4 p.m-ish. I know sometimes I've had the privilege of taking Councillor McQuaid and Councillor, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Anyone in the gallery as well, with a caveat that I might change my mind on that. But definitely happy to do that. Just let me know. So there being no further speakers, I will put the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Castles.
Yeah, just try to reply. Look, obviously I've listened to what everybody's had to say. I do find it slightly perplexing, I have to say, that really all of this is asking for is to write to the Office of Local Government and the Honourable Ron Honig, Minister for Local Government, etc. Now, we're not actually asking to do anything at the moment except writing to the Office of Local Government and the Minister. Clearly, it is in the Minister's purview as to whether he accepts any written communication from Central Coast Council regarding this particular proposal. It's a bit like asking for a report. We very often will say, well, it is only asking for a report, so even though we're not 100% convinced that we totally support it, it is just asking for a report, so we're happy to support getting that report and getting more information, and I think this sits in the same bucket. But I'll leave it there. I think it's been worth putting up, and of course I'm still always optimistic that at least one of you may flip over when we go to the vote, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. That was your right to reply. So that was it. Your buzzer's on. Your buzzer's on. All right. All those in favour of Councillor Castles' motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The motion is lost. Next item on the agenda is 5.1 monthly finance report. Councillor Wright, are you moving?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton.
I am happy to move the monthly finance report, and unless there's any amendments to either, I'm happy to move it again with the monthly investment report. And I do have some comments, but given we have the minutes from the Governance and Finance Committee a bit later on, I will save those until such a time and speak to it then in conjunction with the quarterly budget review. So happy to move both of those together if everyone's happy with that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Eaton. And I'll speak to that at the Governance and Finance Committee.
Okay. You want to speak on it? No? No? No debate? All those in favour of 5.1 and 5.2 monthly investment report? All those in favour? Unanimous, but Councillor McNamara is out the room. Thank you. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I will just note that Councillor John McNamara is the chair of the Economic Development Committee, and he will need to move the motion, but I appreciate he's not here. With that in mind, I'm sure he's coming in right behind me.
He's here. He's here. Next item on the agenda is item 6.1, Economic Development Committee minutes and recommendations.
Seconded by Councillor McQuaid. So we've got two items pulled out in this. So first of all, I'll move that the council receive the minutes, and then we note the cancellation of the Economic Development Committee on the 2nd of June, and then adopts the recommendation of the EDC 2655, which is the Destination Management Plan 22-25 final report. So that'll be the first motion.
Right. Can I have a seconder? Councillor McQuaid.
Sorry, yes. I sent one that's got number 2, cancellation of the... So yes, the number 2 will be the notes the cancellation of the Economic Development Committee for the 2nd of June 2026 ordinary meeting. Yes, most of it was for the Darkinjung, and they're going through some reorganisations at the moment, so we put that off.
Councillor McNamara, you want to speak on these?
Sorry?
No, you just put no. Any discussion? No. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor...
They are. This is just the first portion of it.
So the only substantive item is 2655.
That's okay.
All right.
Okay.
So, yeah, so back to the vote. So, yeah, so Councillor Smith, so it's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, I move the second one, which is EDC 2656, Regional Economy Strategic Action Plan, and that we note the action plan and places it on the website. And so I move that.
Seconder, Councillor McQuaid again. Any other discussion? All those in favour? EDC 56.
That was 56. I thought it was called out. Okay.
All those in favour?
Okay.
Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith. Carried.
So the next one is EDC 2657, which is the Central Coast Regional Key Enabling Projects, April 2026. The Council endorses the projects document and also is used for advocacy and shared with the local members of Parliament, regional bodies, government agencies and other appropriate parties as determined by the Executive Leadership Team and councillors.
Councillor McQuaid, second again. Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, there is an addition to that motion that I had sent through both to Civic and I think to the mover, who was happy enough with it, which basically just calls for a workshop to review the list prior to the end of this year. There it is.
Yep, so thank you, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions with this. Actually, one was a question on item, but it's sort of been answered. With the projects and what I don't understand, a lot of the document actually talks about increasing housing. And the question that I actually did ask on the item was, with each of the projects, can you actually establish how much housing you're going to get out of each project? And that wasn't actually answered in the item response, but I was just wondering, is there a way of actually being able to establish that?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, it's a lot of the projects support growth across the whole city. So we haven't necessarily got anything that ties any specific project, but we do have the information for you about how many dwellings are being supported and growth across the city. So it's probably better to think about it as supporting that overall growth instead of any individual connection from one project.
So you can't tell, like from one that what you're saying is you can't break it down any further. Is that it? Yep. Okay. That explains the response. The other thing I was going to ask was, with the costs, and maybe I've missed something along the way, Gosford Olympic Pool and also Tuggerah Sports Complex, Stage 2, the cost increases, like they're quite significant. I was just wondering if someone could actually explain why. Has the scope changed, or what is the actual story there?
I suppose through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lamont, the cost of construction has certainly increased, and there's been like a 30% increase in just years gone by, so it has surpassed the CPI. So we are seeing increased cost associated with some of those major projects that you have before you.
So the ones that I specifically asked about was the pool, so that's gone up from 30 million in 24 to 55 million in this version. So is that actually like increased costs, CPI and that type of thing? Because that's a lot, like in a short period.
Yep. Through you, Mr Mayor, and as I suppose more information comes to light in relation to the projects, more detailed estimates can be prepared, so it's getting closer to that point.
And is this one that we're actually relying on, because it's on the enabling projects document, are we actually relying on funding, federal and state funding for that as well, or is that going to be solely council funding?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lamont, there'll be developed contributions as part of some of these projects as well.
And I guess finally, what happens if we don't get the state and federal funding with these projects? Can council actually do them without relying on the contributions?
Through, I suppose, a review of capital works, that's what we undertake on a regular basis, and you have seen, workshops with council in relation to relevelling of the budget and those sorts of things. So when, work is undertaken in relation to what I said before around more detailed estimates and getting closer to, having quantity surveyors undertake works, that will then translate to reviewing of the budget and sometimes, swapping projects around. So it does depend, how close to those estimates, the project becomes, and then we take appropriate action from that point.
Okay, thank you.
To just finish off Councillor Lamont's question regarding the infrastructure, enabling infrastructure for houses. Since the meeting where the Director gave us a presentation on this, the federal budget does have in it for increased housing $2 billion towards the infrastructure to enable more housing to be created. So certainly the living document that we have here and the workshop, I do think we should pull out the specific projects that will unlock the housing in the different areas, because a lot of it was also unlocking the employment lands areas. And then that document especially should go to the three federal members for their wish list. So thank you.
Right. Councillor McNamara.
Yep, just one last question through you, Mr Mayor. Sometimes it feels like there's a whole lot of strategies and documents in place. Is it? And obviously one's contingent on another, and that's contingent on something else. Is there an easy way that, like for housing, if we can get, okay, so there's the employment lands document, there's key enabling, like, is there an easy way that the community as well as us can sort of see, okay, what is contingent on all these strategies? Because otherwise it just sort of seems like we're doing a whole lot of strategies, but what are we actually delivering in the end, especially when a lot of it's dependent on funding and budgets and what decisions are sort of made. Like, you sort of get the impression that there's a whole lot of strategies and different documents that go out, but what are they all actually leading to? And it'd be really good if there was an easy way to, like, some sort of pathway that this is what we're aiming for, and these are all the contingencies or dependencies on actually getting there, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, look, perhaps I could just clarify. The Key Enabling Projects document is a document that is really designed for council to talk to other arms of government, particularly when they're formulating either prior to election or in their budget processes, to identify the types of works that are either should be done on their assets, and there's a range of pieces of work on their assets, or on potentially on council assets that would assist in the prosperity and potential growth of the area. So it's not a master plan in its own right, because ultimately a government, an elected government, will determine the type of project it's interested in. So that's why there's, for example, recreational projects like the pool, but there's other assets, and there's also projects like Etna Street Bridge, which is a New South Wales government asset that is linked to health services and safety, as well as traffic management. So essentially what the Key Enabling Projects document is a shopping list that we talk to government about those projects that we believe would be useful, and ultimately the government of the day will determine whether there are some or any of those projects are worth following on. And the previous version of this, we've retired 2 projects because 2 of those projects have been funded. And so, you know, success is where two or three of the projects are on that list don't need to stay on the list because they have been funded and they have been progressed by funding from government, and then we identify some more. So this essentially is a rolling list of things that we think are appropriate and are probably beyond our capacity if they were ours alone to do. And the sort of projects that we're talking about, those big recreational projects, are projects that are traditionally delivered with a combination of council revenue, potentially some developer contributions, and some state and federal government grants.
Thank you. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh and Councillor Smith. Carried. Next item is 6.2 Environment and Planning Committee minutes. Councillor Eaton is the chair.
Yes, Mr Mayor, can I first of all move the procedural motion, which is simply to bring next week's Environment Planning Committee meeting time forward to 5 p.m, given that the EDC is not going ahead on next week. So there should be a procedural motion somewhere.
Seconded, Councillor Wright. All those in favour?
It's not on the screen. Do we know it on the screen? I did circulate it to all councillors. So.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up now. Thank you.
Yep. All in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll go on to the first item of the EMP committee, which is to receive the minutes and also to adopt 175.
Yep. Seconded by Councillor Stanton. Thank you.
Can I actually remove an item from the minutes at all? Or is that not possible?
Remove.
Can I move an amendment to remove one of the items from the list? And I just want to ask some questions, so. You can still ask the questions on the motion. Okay, I'll ask questions on the motion then.
No, it's just the recommendations. So it's Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Eaton. Oh, yeah, sorry. Any other discussion?
Yep.
Councillor Lamont?
It's just really questions. Do you mind if I sit? Because I've actually hurt my left foot, so, and I probably shouldn't have worn. It is on. I'll speak louder. Is that
You
better?
can't hear, kid.
Just a question about one of the items, 2.1, response to notice, review of council environment policies. Like I noticed, I'm just trying to figure out the purpose of that item. It says the recommendation simply asks the committee to note and consider the information provided in the report. But when you actually have a look at it, it goes through two options, option 1 and option 2 on, and I'm just trying to figure out what was the point of it. Was council actually looking for directions from us on options to take with these reports or not? Like it just sort of seemed unresolved, if that makes sense. Or shall I go through it again? As I said, I just don't understand the purpose of that item. It went through a number of reports: sustainability and climate action, Central Coast climate change, Central Coast Green Grid Plan, the Central Coast Greener Places strategy. There were two options in updating those reports, but it sort of stopped there. We're just noting that the two options. So I'm just wondering whether the whole purpose of that item was to actually get direction from council on how to proceed with these reports or not.
Through Mr Mayor, yeah, Councillor, it's, I haven't got the information about those reports. The purpose of the reports was the committee to choose an option, and we're responding to a notice of motion and providing that report for council. On that, the minutes are what happened on the night.
So in that case, if these reports did have to be completed, or reviewed with the two options that have been provided, how do we actually go about actually enabling that to happen?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Council, it was a notice of motion. Council noted it. We've concluded that notice of motion.
Okay, thank you.
No more debate. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Rayton.
So I'll do the next 4, I think it is, individually, because they're all requested that way. So the next one is 176, the Todd matter, and I'll move again the adoption of the recommendation.
Can I have a second? Councillor Wright, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's not what, is that the one up on the screen? No. 176 is what you moved, wasn't it? Yes. Which is the Woy Woy Todd, not that one. Yep.
It's 176.
Mr Mayor, I will just speak against it while we're getting it up on the screen. So the motion, as it appears, wants to investigate options for Woy Woy as an accelerated Todd. Could I just, actually, before I start speaking, could I just ask a question through you to the CEO? And it probably goes to Mr Nichols, I'm assuming. Mr Nichols, the Todd, is that within a certain distance of the transport hub? Is it 400 or 800 metres, or is it not that anymore?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So councillors, at the moment, Woy Woy's a Part 2 Todd, which allows mid-rise housing of 3 to 6 stories, but it's limited to residential zones 400 metres from the rail station. The Part 1 Todd, or the accelerated Todd, looks at the area up to 1,200 metres from a transport hub, and it basically triggers a more master planned approach to deciding heights and density across that area.
Thank you, Mr Nichols. Mr Mayor, I will speak against this. I think we heard from local residents, the local Peninsula Residents Association, that have expressed real concern about this. I'm also concerned about it. Generally, I like the idea of Todds. They make sense in most circumstances, but there are still limitations on them in terms of constraints to those sites. It was interesting, I think it was only last week that I was online for a presentation. I think it was the Office of Local Government about hazards, the hazard SEP.
No, it was DQ.
DQ, okay, DQ talking about the hazard SEP. So the State Environmental Planning Policy and what those hazard areas were. It was interesting that they used a number of maps from different council areas throughout their presentation. One of the first maps they used, and I don't think it was, you know, with this in mind, was a map surrounding Woy Woy rail station that showed just flood zone. It was just, it was the first map, first or second map that appeared on the screen. So it makes no sense to now be talking about intensifying development in that area where we know there is already mapping for a hazard, a flooding hazard. We have a responsibility to plan and not put people in harm's way. And that's even aside from the issues raised by the Speaker about the lack of infrastructure, the fact that the peninsula only has 3 roads in, and any evacuation plan, and I don't know if there is one in place, but knowing that the peninsula is a low-lying area, is flood-prone, is a heat island, is at risk of significant bushfire impact with surrounding national parks. Again, it's not to say there won't be more development on the peninsula, it's about not putting people in the wrong location. And in an area that's identified as flooding, as a hazard, it would seem not an appropriate path forward. In terms of the other two, the Erina and Lake Haven, these have come out of the blue, maybe not out of the blue, maybe there's other people that are advocating for these, but certainly it's not been a matter that's been discussed in our committee or amongst councillors. I would be seeking that they be put out there as part of the local strategic planning statement consultation. Do people want to see those areas intensified in development? Certainly, and this is something we've lost in the 10 years, certainly there was always an idea that there was no, there was a limited capacity in the former Gosford area to intensify greatly development, that a lot of the greenfield was up in the northern end of the area. Now with this wonderful new council we've got, it's open slather, free for all, whatever goes. Mr Mayor, on that note, I will move an amendment. So I'll get that wording up, please. I haven't sent it to the staff, my apologies. So my amendment is, and it's not a long one, so again, apologies for not sending it through, that 1, Woy Woy be excluded from any consideration for a TOD due to the significant flooding issues, would be delayed, deferred for consideration as a TOD due to the significant flooding issues. I will send this through to the staff while other people shout me down. And part 2, any consideration of Erina and Lake Haven be included as part of the local strategic planning statement, exhibition or consultation process. And if I have a seconder, I won't speak to it again.
Councillor Lamont, second.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll send that to staff now, apologies.
Councillor Smith, should that be TOD 2? TOD 1, sorry?
Yeah, it's already a TOD site.
Because it is already a TOD 2. You can, understanding that it's not our decision. So the TOD designation is a decision of the New South Wales Department of Planning. So that motion really shouldn't be that excluded. It's essentially it's our position to government as opposed to our decision. Does that, if that makes sense?
It does make sense, but equally I would ask the question of whether the state government
Is Councillor Smith, is that, you're happy with that?
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Part one is, at least, is still a direct negative to the original motion.
Asking Department of Planning to consider excluding.
That's all we do in the.
Yes. I'm accepting that. Councillor Wright?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can you please clarify, did you say you're accepting or not accepting?
Yeah, you're accepting it.
Okay. I will speak in favour of the original motion, and I think the reason I'm doing...
You have to speak to the amendment.
Sure, happy to do that. Because I actually think the amendment actually doesn't go towards the intention of what the Speaker's intending, because making it an accelerated TOD, as the Director said, actually provides more benefits around things like flood mapping and amenity of the area. By expanding the size of the precinct from, I think it's 450 metres to over 1 kilometre, you're actually spreading that housing density over a longer distance, which means you can actually start to build at Woy Woy away from the direct area in that immediate 1 to 2 streets near the train station. And I actually think it's worth noting as well that part of the accelerated TOD program is a significant investment in infrastructure. From memory, there's about 6 to 8 accelerated TODs in New South Wales, and the funding pool for infrastructure is over $500 million. Our nearest counterpart, council-wise, that is getting an accelerated TOD is Hornsby, only a 30-minute drive away. They're looking at capacity for 6,000 more homes and getting a share of that $500 million in infrastructure. As a council that continually runs very close to budget on infrastructure, these things are very appealing, because if we want to improve the amenity of the area, we need to be looking at these sorts of sources for funding. Secondly, someone noted earlier about the natural nature of the peninsula. Well, in Hornsby, for example, the accelerated TOD site is actually promising greener streets with better connectivity for walking and cycling. It's also going to offer new community facilities, and this just isn't Hornsby, this is all the TODs. So it's offering a new library, community centre, cultural and creative facilities. This is about increasing housing density while also looking at how we can better accommodate our population. These people, as part of an accelerated TOD, could walk to the train station, get on the train to work. That's good for carbon emissions. That's good for people in terms of an active lifestyle. So by broadening the space into an accelerated TOD, you're actually ticking quite a few of these boxes. So I think perhaps the accelerated TOD program isn't as understood as it should be in the community. But in fairness to council, that's not our job. The state government should actually be framing some of this up better to the community across all of these accelerated TOD sites, including in the Woy Woy area. The state Labor government has already acknowledged that there's a number of issues around flood mapping in Woy Woy, and that might impact the TOD program. So by actually increasing that distance, and as the Director said, having a master plan approach, that is a far better outcome for our community, because we're actually going to be able to plan in some of these infrastructure projects like the community precincts, like the green spaces, to make it a more holistic and vibrant suburb. Now, I commute from Woy Woy multiple days a week, and I've seen all sides of that suburb, and I can certainly say that when I'm there at the train station, I'm seeing local residents getting on and off the train, they're all parking their cars, very few use the bus, and even more, very few walk. The car parks there are overcrowded, and by increasing this access to infrastructure, getting part of the state government money, how rude, Councillor Smith. Very, 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 very funny to laugh. Councillor Smith is almost single-handedly trying to sell out the aspirations of young Australians, and she's here laughing and coughing. How brilliant from a former mayor of this council. Very mature. So I commend this to the council and certainly think it needs to be considered.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you. Really, it's just a question at this stage. The matter of Erina and Lake Haven, I guess what I'm thinking about here is that fairly obviously, I haven't noticed any trains going past Erin or Lake Haven recently. And I do understand that they are bus sort of interchanges as such in terms of public transport. So I'm wondering through you, Mr. Mayor, whether we could be given any insight, perhaps from one of the directors, about whether there are other TODs around that actually are basically aligned with bus interchanges rather than being close by to, say, a train line, and then bus interchanges with the train line, etc. I'm just curious to know whether this is something quite common or whether this would be something quite unique in terms of the Central Coast. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor, the concept of transit-orientated development is sort of a common planning term for the last 20 years. And it really says that you should focus more density around areas where you can get good public transport. There's no need that be a particular type of public transport, but you'd want it to be where frequent public transport could be. So places like Lake Haven and Erina would actually have probably quite a high level of service for public transport. So yeah, it would definitely be an approach to planning that would apply in those locations. What we've got on exhibition at the moment in the local strategic planning statement is identifying Erina and Lake Haven as centres, and then we've also identified that we're also trying to achieve greater housing diversity across the area. So we haven't proposed them in the LES as this TOD program from the state government specifically, but we would be looking to plan them using transit-orientated planning principles. Yeah.
Councillor Ream.
Yeah, I'll close the debate. I know there's no other lights on, Mr. Mayor.
This is for the amendment. Yeah, you can speak to the amendment.
All right, well, I'll wait then until the amendment is lost, and then I'll speak to the close the debate.
Okay. Okay, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Councillor McQuaid's out of the room, so I'll use my casting vote and vote against it. So, Councillor Eaton, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. And thank you, Councillor Castles, for that question. So I think the Central Coast can be innovative and be the first bus-oriented, transport-oriented development in New South Wales. The program does revolve around rail stations in Sydney, but obviously we're a bit short of rail stations. But as most, I'm sure, councillors know, both Lake Haven and Erina are bus hubs and have very significant bus movements. And it is about transport and transit. So it makes perfect sense for those centres to be included in the program. And I'll just reiterate Councillor Wright's comments about if Wairua did get to the accelerated level, then you get all that government support, and surely that's a good thing.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion of Councillor Eaton? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. I will use my casting vote for and carried. Councillor Eaton.
Next one is 177, 26-177, affordable and alternative housing. And again, I'll just move the committee recommendation, which I think was just really noting a report.
Seconder, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very excited to speak to this one because I want to paint the full picture of what's happening here. We've got there's three levels to this. You've got the federal government, who in their budget delivery only a week ago spoke about how important housing was for them and how much of a focus that was going to be to get younger Australians, aspirational young Australians, into their first home. commendable on that note alone. The tax changes, not at all. You then translate that down to a state government. You've got a state government heading into an election on both sides of politics where they are trying to move every lever they can to increase housing density in New South Wales because they know it is a massive issue for people due to the unaffordability and lack of access to housing. They are looking at changing race courses to housing. They are currently looking at changing a ferry dock on the harbour to housing. There's a proposal from the opposition to change a jail into housing. There's golf courses being changed into housing. There are so many innovative things that the state government is looking at on both sides to increase housing density in New South Wales. Then you translate that down to a council level, and we have a group of Labor councillors who, unless they can prove me wrong, since this term of council, have not approved not one motion that is linked to increasing housing supply on the Central Coast. We have some of the lowest availability rates of housing anywhere in the country here on the Central Coast. We have vacancy rates for rentals and new buys about 1%, and we are continually seeing projects like these knocked back for a range of reasons. And this is completely out of step with their state government counterparts. In October last year, speaking in Gosford, Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, Paul Scully, said, "The Minns government is backing the Central Coast and Gosford, unlocking new homes, jobs and public spaces in the capital of our region." Minister for the Central Coast said, "Gosford is the gateway to the Central Coast," and when they looked at this rezoning, he said, "This rezoning is a big boost to further enable it to fulfil its enormous potential." The member for Gosford then said, "This announcement shows the Minns government is delivering for our region, supporting smart..." I'm getting more opposition from former candidates than I'm getting from the Labor councillors right now. And these are three senior members of the government who are trying to move everything they can to increase housing supply in Gosford. And this project has the state government's fingerprints all over it. The state government has said to these developers, you can increase the height of your development if you put in more affordable housing. So the Labor councillors, having already knocked this back at the committee, are saying, we actually don't want more affordable housing in Gosford, on one hand. The second hand is, this is a significant driver of housing stock for the area. And when you couple that in the fact that we weren't allowed to have the university buy and retrofit the old Gosford Council chambers. We had councillors from the Labor Party say, you can't have a development in Terrigal because there's drainage concerns. Do you think there's drainage concerns at the golf courses, at the race courses, at the ferry terminal? I'm sure there are, and those were overcome. We also heard from the Labor councillors tonight and continually saying you can't have housing in Woy Woy, you can't have it in Erina, you can't have it in Lake Haven. So what this is an absolute slap in the face for young aspirational Australians who are wanting to buy their first home or even rent their first home. They are continually standing in the way of any housing development in any suburb. And you can see in these statements, their state government and federal government counterparts tearing their hair out saying, what are you doing? That's the feedback we're getting. And time again, we're seeing every single housing development knocked back. And what does that say for the councillors who I know have had children, family and friends move away from the Central Coast because it's too expensive? And as a young person myself, I've had friends in the last 2 weeks move to Tasmania because they said, I'll never afford to buy a house on the Central Coast. What does that say for them? What does that say? I believe it was actually your own children, Councillor Walsh. What was that, Councillor?
All right, Councillor Wright and Councillor McGregor.
There you go. So,
please
yeah.
finish.
Councillor McGregor.
Councillor Wright, your time's gone.
Okay.
You've got 9 seconds. Councillor Crowley. Thank you.
Can I ask a question of Councillor Wright? Can you tell me what housing projects we've knocked back? Which ones?
Yeah, I would call this the trifecta. So you've got Gosford, the student accommodation, you've got the development, the rezoning in Terrigal, opposite Duffy's Road Reserve, and then just then there was the rezoning of land around Woolwich Station.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that last bit. I didn't
The
hear that.
rezoning of land around Waterway Station.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Walsh? Councillor Walsh? No. Councillor Lamont?
Just through you, just need a correction on that. I don't think these councils actually knocked back student accommodation in Gosford. I think they just knocked back the sale of the building. It was nothing about actually knocking back accommodation in that council building.
Councillor Curley?
I seem to remember, if I'm not mistaken, that I actually put a motion forward about a year ago suggesting that we might look at the turning the old council building into accommodation for homeless.
And affordable housing.
And affordable housing. It was knocked back by your side. Yeah.
All right, we're going to move. Right, speakers, no more speakers. We're just having a go here. Councillor Walsh?
No more?
Your speakers on.
I'm speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would encourage Councillor Wright to maybe not verbal people the way he has been during his speech, but I'd also say, you know, great speech as somebody who is very possibly getting. Is it Gosford or Terrigal you're looking to stand in? Not. I don't know. It sounds like Gosford, given that speech tonight. So anyway, good luck with that. So I just do have a couple of questions because I'm, and excuse my confusion about the title transfer. Is this about public land not being public, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO or the relevant director, is this about public land not being public anymore? David?
Yep, okay.
No.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question through Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor, this is about Council's affordable housing strategy.
I'm speaking to the motion on the screen.
Yeah.
So-
Can we have a wee bit of respect and quietness, please?
So, Council, this is about
Thank
the
you, Mr. Mayor.
affordable housing strategy, and what it's proposing is we've been working on council land to be developed for affordable housing, and this is progressing a number of those sites so that we can get to the point where there's council's land is leading to the provision of affordable housing.
Thank you, Director. Just to be clear, just so that I can be clear, but that doesn't include council selling off that land.
Through Mr. Mayor, no, Councillor, it's looking at options about how we can deliver affordable housing on that land.
Thank you.
In some cases, that involves the option of transfer to a community housing provider, but it's looking at different options about how you deliver affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Castles?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The matter of 8 Rankins Court, Wyong, which I think came to us obviously at the last which meeting? Where are we now? EMP meeting. I don't really know a lot about. I know where it is, but I'm concerned that we don't have enough information about 8 Rankins Court, and I'm not sort of being negative about actually it being possible for affordable housing at all. But I would like to propose a small amendment, which is that a report be brought back to the next EMP meeting, or possibly it might not be able to be the next one, but the one after that, which provides a report of more detail on the site 8 Rankins Court, Wyong. And I'd like to move that amendment. Thank you.
Can I have a second? Councillor McGregor? All right, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so the mover of the motion will accept that amendment. Thank you. All right.
Just for the minute clerk's benefit, can you just
It's
outline?
the report to be brought back to the next EMP meeting detailing, yeah, the next available, because it can't be the next one, so maybe the one after that. The next available EMP meeting detailing, providing a detailed report on the addition of Site 8, Rankins Court, Wyong.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. All right, all those in favour, the mover has accepted the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and against?
Next item, Mr Mayor, is...
And Councillor McGregor abstained.
Oh, sorry. Next item is 26178, the rezoning of the mobile home site, I suppose it is, or relocatable home site at Lake Marmora. So I'll move again the committee recommendation.
Can I have a second now? Councillor McNamara. No discussion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against?
I had a question. Anyway,
Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. It's carried. Councillor Castles, you've got a question?
I did actually. I'm just making sure. It was around the zoning. What was this zoned prior to this proposal that's on before us? What was the zoning then? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think I can do the next three that there was no objection to, which is 179, 180 and 181 together. Gosford Memorial Park and Rotary Park and the 2 fire safety reports.
Seconded by Councillor McNamara. Any discussion, Councillor Castles?
Yes, this is the one with the 42 stories. No, it's not. It's the one before.
We're actually
Confusion
talking
reigns.
about 180, 181 and
No.
179.
Yeah.
179,
180.
180, so that is the Gosford Memorial Park, and then the 2 fire safety reports.
Yep.
Okay.
So no other discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item
Okay,
is...
and the next one is 182, and for Councillor Castle's benefit, I'll confirm, this is the one with the possible 42-storey tower. So again, I'll move...
Can I have a second now? Councillor Stanton. Yeah, Councillor Stanton, second. Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to state my concerns and also opposing the proposed 42-storey tower. One of the things that was very obvious to me when I read through the reports was this went in direct opposition to the council staff submission and recommendation, particularly due to overshadowing concerns at Gosford Memorial Park, but also other concerns as well. It's a building that for 42 stories, it's just too big for where that actually is. Previously, in the EP&C recommendations, one that we've just basically resolved was the Gosford Memorial Park and Rotary Park Conservation Management Plan. Now, it seems completely bizarre, really, that we've got that on the one hand, that we've all gone, great, that's excellent, and it's being carried, and then sort of, you know, a couple of recommendations down, we're now happy to actually propose or to support against staff recommendations a 42-storey building which is going to overshadow the memorial park and cause all sorts of other problems. So I think that it's very short-sighted, and we really should have been more mindful of what the impacts were going to be, and actually listen to the expertise of our staff on what those impacts are. Having a building there is one thing, 42 stories is another thing altogether, and this really is not suitable for this particular spot. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Castles has made the points well, and I just want to reiterate that the committee considered this, and really it was individual councillors, not the committee, that sought to support or to go against the staff recommendation. Can I just ask a question, Mr Mayor? Can I ask who the proponent is of this development?
Urban. I think it's Urban.
Sorry, who is it?
Urban.
Urban, okay. And who are they? Do we know? Yeah? Do we know who's behind them? You asked the same questions at the committee. Do you remember? No, I don't think I did. Did I?
I think
what did they say?
it's a family-owned business. I don't know their surname.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I will move an amendment which is just part 1 and part 2 without part 3. So I will move that way, please, Mr Mayor.
Have you got a second, Al? Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. I just want to know from the people, the councillors that did support the recommendation, what they actually found was wrong with staff recommendation, to sort of make them consider putting a submission in to support the 42 stories. I'm just trying to find out why you would support something that council aren't, the reasons.
We have to debate these. You're not meant to be asking direct questions. It should be debated. Yeah, you'll close it in debate. Thanks. Councillor Smith, is your amendment up?
The staff are just having a frozen computer. It's on its way.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I have some questions. I'm interested in urban and probably quite specifically the CEO of urban. I know in another council area, Mount Life Community Housing, which urban is significantly connected to, they've become a community housing provider in their own right. Mount Life is a community housing provider, and I'm wondering if our council has concerns about the type of decision that was made at another council around the management of affordable housing, with this rather non-arm's length approach being given to that particular community housing provider, Mount Life, basically in terms of a lack of proper governance, independence, transparency, certainly around things like rent setting practices. The CEO of Urban Development Group is actually a director of My Life Community Housing Provider. They're not a registered charity. I certainly would have concerns from our council's perspective if the affordable housing component of this development was to be awarded, whatever the process is, to a community housing provider such as Mount Life that would not have that arm's length situation in terms of managing that affordable housing. That's, if we could have some, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO or relevant director, some comment on that, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council, this isn't an application that's being assessed by council, and it's probably important to understand the background is that it's under the Housing Delivery Authority through the New South Wales Government, and what that allows is for them to rezone the site and change the planning framework as well as doing the DA. So that's why you're seeing different heights to what was currently allowed on the site being considered. But as part of that proposal, we're aware that they're proposing to put in 98 affordable housing units as part of that change in the planning framework, but we don't have any detail or any involvement in how that would be managed. It would be managed as a condition of any approval that the Department of Planning would give. So we're not involved in that, but that is something that the department would require. There would be conditions around how it's managed in perpetuity as affordable housing.
Thank you, Director. It's why I've raised it. It's because based on what you've just said in terms of that answer, in another council area, those decisions have been made, and so I'm raising this as a concern for our council for future purposes. I just have a couple of other questions around the affordable housing component, and which I seem to... Oh dear, I've mixed up my papers. Somebody else can go and I will come back to my questions.
There's nobody else to go. Everybody's... Are you still going, Chair? Councillor Walsh.
Go.
No. You can't. You spoke, and if you finished, you've had your speech.
I did have 97 seconds left, and they were only questions, not speech. Wasn't a speech.
It was a speech. Councillor Smith, was you going to say something?
Okay.
All right. Councillor Walsh.
Yes, so given the, through you, Mr. Mayor, given the Director's answer to my, my first set of concerns, I guess I'm interested, and this might be the wrong time, but I'm interested in the definition of affordable housing that would be used for this development. I support the council staff recommendation, but given that we are pretty certain that you're not going to win that tonight, what kind of definition of affordable housing would be applied to this development?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, I don't have it here, but there's a sort of a legal definition of what constitutes affordable housing for planning assessment development. It relates to the income levels for low and very low income households and a proportion of the rent being a proportion of the income. Generally, it comes out to about 75% of market rent for lower income groups.
Thank you, Director, because I know that for many community housing providers that is the kind of definition that is applied, and so I'll hark back to my original concerns that I raised. I think that any of us would be supporting concepts of affordable housing, but I think these concerns around who would actually get access to that, like affordable to who, is really important. And within the context of the staff recommendation and the height of this particular development, I would actually remain having a significant focus on that whole affordable housing concept because it's so crucial to our region. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Lamont?
Yeah, just a question. I think I might have been told before, but I can't remember. The component of affordable housing in a development like that, how long does it actually remain affordable? Like, isn't it for a limited time? And after, so it is a minimum 15 years? Thank you.
All right.
One thing I would
Councillor Wright.
quickly note, I've already given my stirring speech on this, I don't need to go over it. But the other thing I would say is this has already been given an SSD determination and was actually invited by the state government to go through this HDA process. The state government has run their own consultation on this. They're currently reviewing those submissions, as I can see, available via the website. Certainly support housing supply and affordable housing.
All right, so go on the amendment of Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, you want to close? No close.
Can I speak after the amendment's been put, Mr. CEO?
Yeah.
I can speak on the motion, can't I?
No, you can speak to the motion only after the amendment's dealt with.
That's what I said, yep.
Okay. So all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will speak against the original motion. And
the amendment's lost, by the way.
And much of it has been said, but I am intrigued by Councillor Wright's comments that he supports housing, but by implication he doesn't support the protection of really significant historical and cultural sites that commemorate people that have fought and died in our wars. The comments from staff, the submission that did not support the increased height was based around protecting what is basically a sacred site to many on the Central Coast. So it's really disappointing that a young person like Councillor Wright does not pay due respect to those significant places. So my question, Mr. Mayor, just through you to the staff, to the CEO, bearing in mind that we obviously are going to lose this vote, can I ask through you to the CEO, is there an opportunity for the minority councillors to request a dissenting report to be submitted or a dissenting submission to be submitted? Yeah, that's what I said to you, and that's why we're here.
You can act as private citizens and write as you wish.
Yeah, that wasn't the question. There was a different question that I just asked.
Councillors have every right to as individuals, to correspond with whoever they wish.
But can we, as a group of councillors, request that staff make a dissenting report on behalf? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton to close?
I did promise to respond to Councillor Lamont's question about what prompted this, and what prompted it was, in fact, a close reading of the staff report, which says that the proposal complies with Council's controls over overshadowing and solar access. And I didn't think that was particularly brought out in the submission, and that's what prompted this. And given it does comply, and the amount of affordable housing that is contained within it, in my view, the 42-storey height, it is acceptable, and that we should, as the Environment Planning Committee only, convey that view from the elected representatives. The staff, of course, have put in their submission, and whatever the committee says or the council says doesn't change what the staff have said. So, to some extent, this is a bit of a balance, as I see it, and correcting what I thought was an error in the staff report.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Motion's carried. Of Councillor Eaton.
Last one of mine, thank you, Mr Mayor, which wasn't called, so it should go through fairly smoothly. 26183, Development Assessment Statistics.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor McNamara. Any discussion? No. All those in favour? All those in favour. Councillor Walsh, are you in favour? Yeah, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Castles, as the chair of this committee, would you like to introduce him? It's 6.3 Community and Culture Committee minutes.
I'll stand up, I think. Okay, yes, so Chair of Community and Culture Committee, I would like to move, firstly, that Council receives and notes the minutes of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 12th of May. I move that way.
Seconded by Councillor Walsh.
Thank you. Secondly, I'd also move the adoption of the Community and Culture Committee recommendations 2644, 2645, 2642 and 2646 and 2648 en masse, and the consideration of the recommendation 2643, Central Coast Sister City Edagawa delegation visits separately. I move that way.
Seconded by Councillor Walsh.
Thank you.
Any debate? No. All those in favour? So. (44, 45, 42, 46 and 48. All but 43.
It's all but 43, Edagawa.
Councillor Castles.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith.
That's all right. I will just be voting against it, mainly just because it's bulked everything in. And I particularly did want to speak against the draft memorials policy. I'm not going to try and move anything. I did that last time and we're back here. But I did just want to say how disappointed I was with the presentation from staff and the discussion at the committee meeting. This was a really small thing that we were asking council to do, a really small thing. And it was clear that basically our council just did not want to do it. The issues that were raised, in my view, were exaggerated, could have been dealt with through a clear process. And really, it was incredibly disappointing to me that we see these public places as something council owns and manages rather than a place where our community spends time, recreates, builds memories, builds connection, and want to protect as part of their story. So I understand that if memorial policy got out of hand, yes, that would be a huge issue. But really what I was asking at the last meeting and what I hoped staff would be more open to was a register of basically public furniture that we want and allowing somebody to pay for it and just to fix a small plaque that commemorated somebody that may have passed and for whom that place was significant. It was a small thing, a really small thing. So I'm incredibly disappointed that this council chose to exaggerate what that was, exaggerate the problems, and now we are not going down that path, and I understand that the numbers will carry it the way it is, but I would just like to say how disappointed I was with that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Carried. Nick, Councillor Castles, your next one.
Checking where I was. Okay, so Councillor Eaton, as I did let people know this morning, wish to consider the Edagawa matter separately, so I'll hand over to Councillor Eaton at this point.
Seconder for Councillor Castles. A seconder, Councillor Walsh, thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I rise to speak against this motion. I find it somewhat surprising that we spent nearly all day Saturday discussing financial issues and the need to find $1 million, and here we are trying to spend $30,000 in direct costs and probably another $20,000 or $30,000 in staff costs for something that might be nice at best, but is totally outside the scope of council, is not a council responsibility. Diplomacy and the like is a matter for the federal government, not councils. There is nothing that I can see, and I've had some fairly long experience with sister cities in the former Wyong Council until we did away with them in 2009. And they are frankly just an excuse to go on a junket overseas and get somebody to pay for your airfare and your accommodation. Nothing else comes out of them. It's nice if you happen to go on it and you enjoy the junket, but that's ratepayers' money that you are just wasting. I could use a worse word than that. So in good conscience, I cannot support this. I would call on other councillors not to support this gross waste of an abuse of council funds.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I guess I'm compelled to put the other side that one of the things the Central Coast has gotten out of it is the Edagawa Commemorative Gardens. I can't remember how much it was valued, or the initial gift from Edagawa citizens to the city of Gosford and now Central Coast. I think it was over 200,000. I wasn't on the coast at that point, but I understand the city of Edagawa sent over workmen, paid for the garden, and it's a feature of our region. It's a tourist attraction. It's now becoming a highlight for a number of events that are held at the Gosford Regional Gallery. So that's probably the most obvious and physical evidence of this sister city relationship. You know, the Edagawa Youth Wing, which will be here at the same time. So I think this year, I think they've got about 14 or 16 students from a school in Edagawa visiting with Narara Valley High School, an annual event that perhaps doesn't deliver a dollar benefit to council, but certainly delivers substance, delivers a relationship, a cultural experience to our community, and particularly the community of Narara Valley High School. I know that there are groups that visit Edagawa. I think the Arimba Tennis Club has gone over there a number of times, and I apologise to the Arimba Tennis Club if I got that wrong. There have been dance groups that visit Edagawa. So it does deliver a relationship that has been enduring, and I understand that Councillor Eaton got rid of the sister city relationships of the former Wyong, and I won't mention the theme park. It probably wasn't directly related to the sister city relationship, but I think there is value in sustaining this relationship, and I think, yes, there is an investment, but I think we can look at the cultural benefits of this and long-term some of the broader benefits as well. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wright? No. Councillor Castles?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to support Councillor Smith's comments. I also would like to say that I know that obviously there already has been some preliminary work done on this particular delegation visit, obviously because it has been part of a council resolution, so staff have started to take action as much as you can at this stage. The plan is for it to happen around August, so it's not too far away. So I do have a concern as well that really the reputational damage to Central Coast Council of withdrawing, if this is what Councillor Eaton is suggesting, withdrawing from this this process at this time, really, it quite beggars belief, to be perfectly honest. And I think this needs to be taken into account. It is important that we have this relationship, but in addition, even if some in this room don't really care about that, I'd like to think they do care about the reputational risk to our council by if they turn around and go, no, not doing that now, it's just not happening. I mean, basically, in some ways, it's just plain utter rudeness to people who are going to be our guests and have been our guests before, coming to the Central Coast. I'm staggered, to be quite frank, staggered.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Eaton. I'm interested in your comments about this type of motion really just being about supporting some kind of a junket trip, and wondering if before the decision was made at the previous Wyong Council to cancel those sorts of trips, junket trips, if you enjoyed any of those yourself in your previous capacities, or is it specifically at Agawa and this type of delegation visit that you're sort of pinpointing as a specific junket trip, or is it all potential junket trips under this council now? Was that yes to yes, you enjoyed trips? Yes, but is it also, did you enjoy any such trips previously?
Right.
Did you just say you paid for yourself?
Yes. Well, moving right along. All those in favour? Sorry. Yeah.
Just have Councillor Castle's motion.
Councillor Castle's motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Mont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Stanton, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara. Abstained? Councillor Wright. Thank you. Carried. Item 6.4, Governance and Finance Committee Minutes and Recommendations. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Happy to speak to the Governance and Finance Committee minutes, and also we'll pull out a couple of items as requested by the councillors. So can I please pull out item 2644, so that relates to the Communications and Media Relations Policy for review. 2645, which is about the closed circuit television policy for public exhibition, and 2646, draft proactive release of the information policy for exhibition. So I will move those in order.
Can I have a second there? No, you're moving it now?
So I will move each of those separately, and then once those three items are done, I'll then move the block motion.
All right, right.
Do you have an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Given there's an amendment, I will pull out. Well, there's no recommendation to council. Yeah, I could do it as a block motion. So to clarify, 2644 Communications and Media Relations Policy, then the Closed Circuit TV Policy, then the draft proactive release of information policy, then I'll move the block motion containing everything else where councillors can ask any questions about the other items. And a further amendment if you wish. Okay, perfect. I'm happy to move to start item 2644, Communications and Media Relations Policy, noting that Council adopts the draft Communications and Media Policy.
Can I have a seconder, Councillor Eaton? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I had a question revolving around the issue that was raised earlier. At the committee, item 2.5, the Protection of Environment Trust Financial Audit Review was discussed and resolved, but in the council business papers, I can't see that item in front of us. Could I get a clarification as to what's the status of that item, please?
What's before us is
2644, Councillor McGregor.
At the moment before the chair is item 2644. You'd be better off
Yeah, that's
dealing with
fine.
that.
I had my buzzer on before to ask the question that was done off mic. So anyway, with this one, can we change it back to what the staff recommendation was at the committee, that it go on exhibition for 28 days? And when we can actually work out what the status of the POET audit is, if I can get a response to that question, that would be beautiful. So the amendment for this is to go back to the initial staff recommendation that was at the committee, which was for it to go on exhibition for 28 days.
Councillor Wright, will you accept that? Make him.
He has.
Seconder, Councillor McGregor. You get Councillor Lamont, thank you.
Look, I'll speak to this. So, in regards to GFC 2644, it's an aptly named committee given the leadership displayed on it. The staff recommendation was for the policy to go out on exhibition for 28 days. And one councillor wanted it changed to adopt. So that's a good consultation with one person who's decided to adopt it. I would prefer to actually have the staff recommendation go ahead, which is for the community consultation to occur, irrespective of if we get 0 submissions or 45 submissions. It's a good practice to put your key policies and documents out onto public exhibition. And if you read some of the advice that's been provided to the ARIC committee in the most recent meeting, some of those confidential attachments, you might consider that it might be a good idea to do so for very good reasons, because it appears that there's a whole lot of things that just get missed and disappear into the ether and then turn up and then, you know, money's unaccounted for and things like that. But we're not going to go into that sort of stuff. We'd just like to see things follow a correct process and actually just go out onto exhibition, allow people the ability to comment in the event that they do. In the event that they don't, they don't. But the advice of staff to the committee was for it to go out on exhibition, so I'll follow that advice and seek council's concurrence in that, rather than council twisting and corrupting the staff recommendation as so often occurs in this chamber.
Councillor Smith.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. No.
Any other discussion? No, so Councillor McGregor and Councillor Lamont's amendment, all those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, all those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, carried. On the motion of number 44, all those in, are you going to speak? Oh, the amendment was lost. No, so put the motion. So all those in favour of the motion was Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Carried.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will now move recommendation 2645 in relation to the closed circuit television policy and recommend that it go out on public exhibition.
Can I have a seconder, Councillor Eaton? Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to speak to this. Another Trojan horse, potentially. The issue of closed circuit television has moved on quite a lot from the sort of discussions of 20 years ago. The incorporation of AI, biometrics tracking, and the overlay with third-party contractors and the like, and sharing people's information without their consent is one that should be put on notice and one that should be strongly considered. If we look at the way that CCTV technology is integrated into AI models to integrate with different agencies and things like that, while some people are saying that this is not necessarily part of what's in the policy here, it's something that we will have to consider in future. You know, the storage of this data, who has access to it, how it's used, you know, this is an emerging area of concern. And if you keep up with the latest way that technology is happening, the way that these systems are integrated overseas and even domestically when it comes to policing and other regulatory bodies, when it comes to for-profit data collection agencies that work with several large big box retailers and the like to on-sell your personal and private information, to cross-reference it with your transaction data and the like, and to monitor individual consumers, as they would call them, rather than just cataloguing people, which is what it's really doing. This is an area that has significant legal and reputational risk for any organisation, and the way that the council's surveillance system is tied into the surveillance state and the corporate surveillance network is very important. It's a contemporary issue that is the kind of thing that we should be turning our mind to, rather than just thinking about cameras backed up onto you know, VHS tapes and the like. Furthermore, whilst at the committee there was some talk and some enthusiasm supposedly in the community for being surveilled 24 hours a day, I don't live in China, North Korea or Russia, and you know, one of the things that is nice about living in Australia is that we do still have some existing democratic freedoms, that we do have that freedom of association, and that we are not sort of catalogued like sheep and cattle, and that all of our data is just moved on. The EU, the Eurozone, has done a lot of work on this and has quite strong consumer protections and strong citizen protections when it comes to the data area. And one of the biggest commodities that a lot of large organisations such as our own are utilising, there's the sort of currency of the future, is this real-time data about what's happening in our cities and in our regions. And we're talking about using data, biometrics and all the like, as I said, connecting it to consumer data, Wi-Fi, accurate GPS location to the point so that you can do micro-targeting with ads and things like that. This is something that we need to have a think about how we move forward on this, because there are multi-billion-dollar multinational companies that are very interested in this. A lot of this software is already integrated into the information chain, and it's something that a lot of people wouldn't even be aware of. So when we're talking about a region of 350,000 people, we're talking about a region that has, you know, significant economic impact on the state and national level. These are the kind of things that we should be considering. So, councillors, I would ask you to go above and beyond your contemporaneous understanding, look at what some of the trends are with data and surveillance and how that governments are managing that, as well as private corporations, and start to think about what policies we may need, or what policies we could learn from, or what we can information we can gather from what's happening around the world, not only at the local level, but at the multinational level as well, because this is a huge issue for the future. We're on the precipice of this AI digital transformation, and one of the biggest parts of it is what happens with people's data. So closed circuit TV is a big part of that surveillance and that monitoring, and the respect of the right of privacy and the rights of freedom of association and the like is very important. I wouldn't like to think that our biometrics or our transaction data and the like is being shared without our consent, and that our consumer profiles are being sent to data brokers, or that council would have any relationship with any data brokers without the consent of the people's data who they're taking. Furthermore, if you look at council records being used to train AI models, that is something with AI getting access to the NHS, for example, in England, which is being used to train future AI models on how they engage with human beings and how they catalogue human beings. So council has a lot of private data, it's got a lot of confidential data, and I wouldn't exactly think that this sector is on the forefront of privacy, security and the like, but I would think that when these issues start to come to a head in the next few years, that we will be subject to some of these big changes. So it would be worth starting to get ahead of that, thinking about it now, rather than being retroactive and acting after these issues have come to a head. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. I was going to actually talk about the topics that Councillor McGregor was, but he's covered it pretty well. But I do have a couple of questions. One of the questions is Clause 17.1 refers to audits being undertaken subject to information covered in Clause 6.2. 6.2 doesn't actually exist in the policy. So if someone would like to check that, unless I've missed it, but I don't think there is a 6.2 in the actual policy. So I don't know whether someone's just missed it or it's a typo, but it doesn't actually exist. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can someone confirm that or check it or?
I can take that on notice. However, I have got staff that might be able to check it while you come up with your second question.
Great, thank you. And it also says that 13.2 states that CCTV footage will not be made available to members of the public due to privacy concerns. However, also the authorisation table later on in the document says that in the table says reviewing and authorising public requests for access to CCTV footage. What I'm trying to work out, can council explain what forms of public access are actually contemplated under the policy if you're actually saying it can't be made? Like it seems to be conflicting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Section 12.2 refers to what you've been talking about, as well as the entire section 13, and the access outside of council is restricted to police and court-obtained subpoenas.
Thank you. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to the CEO. Could I just get some clarity around when a policy needs to go on public exhibition, when it doesn't? I know early in this current term, we had to backtrack because we didn't exhibit the submissions policy when we were meant to. So can you just clarify when a policy needs to be exhibited and when it doesn't?
Generally, a policy does not have to be exhibited, but certain items that are identified in legislation as having to be exhibited, then they are required. Then the council can set its own standard in terms of exhibition over and above that. But generally, most policies don't have to be exhibited, but many councils choose to do that. But, for example, a code of meeting practice has to be exhibited for 42 days. There's a range of policy or things that fit into that policy space that are actually specified in legislation. So, certain of council's planning documents, there's a requirement for exhibition, but most of our policies don't need to be exhibited. However, that's at the discretion of the council.
Thank you. No more discussion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will now move item 2646, which is the draft proactive release of information policy, and recommend it for public exhibition.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Eaton. Councillor Lamont.
Just a question regarding the actual table with the GIPA results. So it actually says that 100% of them were actually completed on time. Is that actually accurate? Because I know for a fact, like one of mine hasn't, in 2 of the years that I mentioned, so does on time mean that if you get an extension, a letter requesting an extension and it gets completed with that, in that extension, is that still included as on time or not?
Yeah, for formal GIPPers, they either need to be completed within the statutory time or within the approved extension time for them to be considered completed on time. But then there is also informal GIPPers that do not have a statutory time frame at all. And I can confirm 100% is correct.
Yeah, if we could find out like how many are actually completed with extensions, because I just think that's a bit misleading. But that's all I wanted to ask about. I think I did put some questions on items on that one anyway. Thank you.
No other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Wright. Next item on agenda is 7.1. Oh yeah, sorry. Getting carried away.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now move the remaining items, and obviously councillors can ask any questions on those items through the block motion process. So the first item is 2636 relating to the quarterly report. There is 2639 relation to the commercial property asset review and strategy, 2640 relating to the disability inclusion action plan, 2641 relating to the lease and licence of Avoca Beach Surf Lifesaving Club and Terrigal Surf Lifesaving Club. That's all.
Can I have a second?
And receive the minutes.
Ms. Councillor Eaton, thanks. Councillor McGregor's first.
I'll ask the same question I asked before. At the committee meeting, item 2.5, Protection of Environment Trust Financial Audit Review, was presented to the committee. It was voted on, resolved. It doesn't appear to be in our council agenda. Could I get some clarification on that?
The reason why it's not on the covering report is it's included in the minutes and there was no recommendation from the committee to council to consider.
So the recommendation in the minutes was to note and then have a further report to the GFC committee in August, wasn't it?
It was to receive the current report and to note that a further report would be provided. So receive and note.
Okay. Can I move an addendum that report be referred to the ARIC committee for their consideration?
Can I have a... Yeah, well, you move on second, you'll accept that? Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
So just added under the minutes a point saying to refer that report to the ARIC committee for their consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Lamont.
So just so I get that straight, the investment management policy, investment strategy wasn't discussed at your meeting, is that correct?
It was, but there's no action on it, so it goes to the minutes.
Well, can I actually, I have a lot of questions on that. Okay. Is now the right time to do that? Okay, so one of the questions that I do have is the ESG framework. The Perpetual actually recommend that we do include ESG framework in the policy, and I'm just wondering why council is actually reluctant to actually include it in the policy. And also, I noticed in the investment strategy it says that ESG investments are now 14.5. How much is actually 14.5%? How much has that actually increased in, say, the last year? Thank you.
I don't have that information in front of me. I'd need to take that on notice.
Both of them?
Parts. Yep.
Okay. And one thing that probably confuses me with this report and even other reports where we've got nil risk as on the actual business paper, but Perpetual have actually discussed a number of risks in their report. They've talked about concentration risk, inflation risk, geopolitical uncertainty, interest rate risk. So I'm just wondering how we can turn around and say in the papers that there is no risk.
that's a risk in relation to any decision that council's got before it. So it's not that there's no risk in the fundamental basis that you're dealing with, but where is the risk in any decision? So when you're just reviewing your investments, for example, you're not, unless a recommendation was, for example, to increase our exposure to triple Bs or something like that. If that was the case, then there'd be a risk component in that. But if it's just noting information, there's intrinsic risk, and you wouldn't be noting that because you're not moving towards a decision.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councillor Mond, can you put your buzzer off? Thanks. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did just want to speak in relation to the Poet report. So in having a look at that, so there's a consultant's report from KPMG, and I'd have to say it looks like one of those consultants' reports that's written to what you want the answer to be. And even the disclaimer at the back very much says this is not an audit, and I realise that's probably a standard disclaimer, but it was very disappointing in that it didn't really seem to understand the history, the purpose, some of the key features of the Protection of the Environment Trust. Also disappointingly, a number of the former members of the Trust have really been disappointed that they weren't consulted as part of that review. So I understand the report suggests that members of that committee were not appropriately or adequately qualified or had the skills. And having known some of the committee members, that seems to me an absurd suggestion when I know some of the skills, the history, the expertise of those individuals. So, Mr Mayor, and I don't know, Mr Mayor, did you chair Poet as well? Because it used to be the Mayor of Gosford that would chair the Poet committee. Did you have a stint? No? Must have been another mayor. So I would really like, there's no objection to there being a review of Poet, because it is a really worthwhile and important element of the former Gosford Council's efforts. It has a number of purposes that I don't necessarily think are picked up by the KPMG report. So what I would be seeking is that there be some further consultation on that, particularly with the interviewing with the former committee members. It is just beyond belief that there's this KPMG report and its stakeholders are staff, without even understanding the very long history of Poet. They haven't actually been asked. Why? What did you do? What was the process? Why did you decide that? How was governance implemented? So, Mr Mayor, I would like to add an amendment to the part that was put forward by Councillor McGregor. Maybe, if it's okay, Councillor McGregor, I think maybe just, step one would be that further consultation with former committee members of the Protection of the Environment Trust be interviewed or be questioned or be consulted with around those questions of the purpose, the processes, the benefits, and certainly acknowledging the skills and knowledge those individuals brought to that process. So, sorry, I didn't give you very good wording then. Could I just put in that Council consult with former members of the Protection of the Environment Trust as part of the review of the Poet. There seems to be, and look, even Mr. Sorry, and I've had a mental blank. The lawyer that established the trust, that gave the $20 to get it established, or $5, whatever it was, surely we could have a chat to him. Maybe he'd know something about it as well. But no effort appears to have been made. So if that could be, hopefully that will be accepted. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wright, will you accept? Yep. So Councillor Wright will accept that as part of his motion. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to ask some questions regarding the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. I did ask some questions at their standing committee, but only a few was essentially stopped from asking the ones any more. So in the assuming that there's not necessarily a limit on questions, though I'm not going to say I'm asking loads and loads. I am interested, and I want the community to know what measurable outcomes from the previous plan and also previous actions that weren't completed in the previous plan helped inform the current Disability Inclusion Action Plan, i.e. what was, in terms of achievements and the things that were maybe hoped for but weren't achieved, how that helped inform this particular plan. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director.
Through the Mayor, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. I'd have to take that question on notice in terms of the number of actions that were completed versus the number of actions that were carried over. But the sort of the sentiment of the last plan was the basis for informing this plan moving forward. So we worked really closely with the community and various segments of the community and talked through what the last DIAP contained and looking forward, how does that need to be reshaped to make it meaningful?
Thank you, Director. So on your point about, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director, on your point about working closely with the community, so that included representative disability organisations and also individuals, or?
So through the Mayor, contained in the consultation feedback report that was attached to that agenda, there was very, very extensive and significant consultation done, both with individuals and representative agencies and carers of people with a disability, families affected by, having a family member with a disability. The whole range that we could possibly consider, we consulted with over a 12-month period.
So that's great to hear, because from an inclusion perspective, I think it's really important that the community hears the breadth of that inclusive approach to this type of plan. So congratulations for being so inclusive. Thank you. I'm interested in how much budget has been specifically allocated to implementing this particular plan, and I didn't look at all the sheets on the wall Saturday. I know they were in our slides, but if you could share with the community the budget that's been allocated for the implementation of this plan.
So through the Mayor, I'll need to take that question on notice. Again, the Disability Access and Inclusion Plan covers every portfolio within council, so we would have to go through and analyse all the budgets to be able to come back to you with an accurate figure.
And on that, in response to that too, Director, and thank you for that, and happy for it to be taken on notice and we can come back to it. But through you, Mr Mayor, again to the Director, can you comment on the auditing of council buildings, the parks, playgrounds, libraries, council assets, basically, sporting facilities, and the public toilets. So I know there's a lot addressed in the toilet strategy as well, and things have actually progressed significantly. But has there been a whole of council audit done to address the issue of disability inclusion?
So through the Mayor, again, in the action plan, you'll note that there are a number of actions that talk about audit that is done across the breadth of our portfolio. So, for example, when we do the annual playground audits, part of that, so there is a mechanism in there to be able to check against inclusion principles. Similarly, when we do building inspections or building audits, that is a consideration that is done on an ongoing basis. Similarly, when Director Bolkoff does his sort of planning and his infrastructure work, disability access and inclusion is a very strong consideration when looking at developing projects.
So thank you for that, Director. Just emphasising those points, I think, publicly for the community, certainly for those who, may not have, praised those documents. I think that's really important, and I thank you for that information.
Thanks, Councillor
And the work
Wong.
that staff have done on this inclusion plan. Thank you.
All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 7.1, residential waste bin collection frequency for adoption. Anybody want to move it? We got a mover. Councillor Daniels, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those, no discussion, all those in favour? Unanimous. Can I just request a 5-minute toilet break for, kind of a mover, Councillor Wright, second by Councillor McNamara. We have a 5-minute toilet break or a drink break. All in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Cheers. back to their seats, please. I need Councillor Castles is here. We're missing Councillor. Can I have a motion? Yeah, Councillor Castles is here. Councillor, motion to resume. Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 7.2, Draft State Community Participation Plan, Council submission for endorsement. Can I have a mover? Councillor Smith, are you moving?
Mr Mayor, I'll move. I do have just a minor addition, if I could. I did just send it to Civic Support a couple of minutes ago. So if I have a second...
Councillor Lamont.
So the draft submission on the statewide community participation plan prepared by the staff, I want to thank them for it. I think it's very good and it highlights... Yes, I've moved.
We've got Councillor Lamont second, but we've got it. Thanks.
So, and look, the commentary from staff, in my view, demonstrates that the draft plan put out by the state government is a bit of a dog's breakfast. It has a number of inconsistencies or gaps in it. So I do endorse the staff submission as written, but I just want to amend to include in the submission that the community participation should increase the consultation period for higher impact development to a minimum of 28 days. So the draft document is quite inconsistent. Sometimes it says a minimum of 14 days, sometimes it says a minimum of 28 days. So talking about high impact development, 14 days for community in particular to have a look at a big development and all the reports and put in a submission is just ridiculous, especially for people that work. And then the second point, which is not, which is part of the submission, is that I think the draft document put out by the government is quite messy. And I don't think it's just our council that is saying that. A number of organisations that I deal with who are involved in planning are equally finding this document has gaps, it has inconsistencies. And so I think there would be merit in us requesting that DPHI reissue an amended document. Once they've got this first round of consultation, that they then reissue the document basically for further consultation. I don't think that greatly lengthens the process because hopefully the second iteration would be much clearer and easier for people to understand and comment on. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 7.3, walking, wheeling, cycling strategy for public exhibition. Can I have a mover? Councillor Eaton, seconder. Councillor McNamara. Any discussion? Not all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 7.4, adopt a Verge programme.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Are you moving, Councillor Eaton?
Yes, I've actually put a different motion to Civic, which I'd like to move.
Can I have a seconder?
We need to get the motion up, I think, Mr Mayor.
All right.
Basically what it says is, notes the report and refers it back to the, here we are, the Environment Planning Committee to determine the program and delegates the committee authority to finalise the adoptive urge program within the adopted budget. And as Councillor Stanton has been the prime driver of this, obviously I've consulted with her. She's a little bit under the weather, so that's why I'm doing the talking. But I think that's the logical way to work through this program through the committee. And that's what the motion says.
Councillor Stanton, you second that? Councillor McGregor?
Whilst I disagree with point 2 of the motion, it's obviously what it's going to be anyway. Ask the mover and the seconder if they'd accept a point 3, that council write to all local state MPs requesting funding for additional street tree planting. Is that amenable to the mover and seconder? You're not even going to bother asking them after the Liesl Tesh has just given you $800,000. It's free money.
No,
Incredible.
Councillor Layton, Councillor Stanton, no.
We wouldn't want to accept free money over there, would we? There's a lot of enthusiasm for output when it comes to budget outcomes from that side of the chamber, but not a lot when it comes to input, when it comes to cutting expenditure or revenue. There's nil interest. Surprising, unsurprising, really. A little bit of fiscal conservative cosplay wouldn't be a council meeting without it, would it? Look, I'm not going to support this resolution because it's going to be delegated back to the E&P committee. Residents elect councillors for decisions to be made out in the open, in the light. There's a lot of commentary from the minister around culling briefings because of decisions being made in secret behind closed doors with limited involvement, and now you're delegating something which has broad support, which, you can't even be bothered to write a letter asking for external funding for what you want anyway, to go back so that 1 or 2 people can sit there and decide it. The same 1 or 2 people who put the additional $1.2 million in the budget annually for dredging that we've been told by staff we don't need, and there's no scientific evidence for that programming. There's still no dredge for it, but I'm sure you'll find a way to waste other people's money in trying to find new things that you can add in there. Luckily, there may be some positive movement on the signs, but there is still no sign of there being any actual genuine fiscal hawks in this room. There's still no signs of there being any evidence-based decision-making when it comes to budgeting, short, medium, long-term financial plan or anything. We just get these ad hoc proposals, which has necessitated this staff report. We heard from the other side of the chamber last meeting, this has come from councillors. We've got no idea how this is going to pan out. We'll have to go and run away and do some work on it now and put something to council. And now we've got something that's come to council and it's going to go back to a couple of people to decide behind closed doors, and there'll be a spreadsheet sent around at 9 minutes to midnight and we'll all be told what we are. Apparently the public face off later on. This is not a win. It's another public embarrassment. It's a breach of process, and it's an example of how you can take something that has unanimous bipartisan goodwill and you can stuff it up because you play political games with it. It's pretty poor that you've had options to do this for free. You've had options to secure external funding. You still couldn't do it. It's also worth noting that extra additional funding that was put forward by the member for Gosford, Liesl Tesh. When we were sitting in here arguing about whether 100,000 was suffice for the entirety of the region, you had one of the local MPs come in and deliver funding that should have been delivered years ago by this very body that had been budgeted before it was removed and abused by the administrator. And many of the problems that we have in our medium to long-term financial position is the deterioration of assets, the unfunding of programs, councillors getting involved and changing things on a whim without there being a process to it, and that leads to a further deteriorating budget bottom line. This is just the perfect example of how you can take something that should be a positive and turn it into a negative because you play political games with it. It's absolutely flummoxing that you wouldn't seek to have additional funding. You didn't want the developers to pay for it. Now you don't want the state government to pay for it. You go to an election and complain about the rates being too expensive, and then you add more expenditure. And then you say, we don't want a deficit, we're not going to have a deficit.
We sit in budget planning and we have Liberal councillors say, I never thought I'd say this, but I want a deficit. That's a direct quote from someone who's sitting over there looking very sheepish at the moment.
Are you finished, Councillor McGregor?
I've just been, rudely undermined again, as is the usual practice from that individual. So, councillors, there is a way to do things appropriately. There's a way to do things where you can build bipartisanship. You sat through a training on Saturday, a legal training about bipartisan evidence-based decision-making, and you take that training and you scrunch it up in a ball and throw it in the bin with this kind of behaviour. And the passive-aggressive nature of sitting there texting on the phone, let's make sure we vote this one down, I'll control all your votes. It's not how things should be done. And a simple thing like planting more trees, having it funded externally, having it funded through an appropriate way that puts no impost in our budget is ignored, and another act of economic and environmental vandalism occurs from this very council again.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, a couple of questions, but if it's going to go back to the MP committee, I'd like them to think about this if it does go back there. One of the questions is, why do we consider or compare our program to West Ryde and Lake Macquarie? I'm just wondering why, if anyone knows why we use those two councils as an example.
Through you, Mr Mayor, which council? Inner West and Lake Macquarie?
Yeah, West Ryde and Lake Macquarie.
Those two councils have a sort of similar verge programs where the community are involved in planting and maintaining trees on verges. So it's just other examples of councils that are doing it already.
Okay, and I guess I hope if it does go back to the committee that we do actually consider what the purpose is. To me, this just seems completely underfunded, but I'm just trying to work out what the purpose is. Is it to maximise street canopy, improve biodiversity outcomes, or genuinely reduce urban heat island effects? Because for each of those approaches, you're really looking at a different. You need a different approach to all of those things. So I hope that's made clear with the Adopt a Verge program, because I don't think we're even getting that part right, or what we're trying to achieve in that, because there's no point in doing something unless you really know what you're trying to achieve with it. But it does, to me, seem very underfunded, and I just can't understand why we can't ask the state government for more money. Like, we send out letters for so many silly things to the state government. This is a really legitimate reason to write to the state government, and you guys won't do it. I just don't understand. Through you, Mr Mayor, can we just find out why there's opposition to it? Please.
That's up to individual councillors.
Well, it was up to one person had to accept the amendment, so can we ask that person?
So the amendment, Councillor McGregor, did you put that as an amendment?
Yes, I saw an amendment.
Yeah. In this, yeah, because it's just not went on the screen. And you got a seconder, Councillor Walsh is a seconder, because it's not on the screen yet. Yeah. I think it wasn't taken as one, so it is now. Yeah.
It's now an amendment.
Yeah, if you put it up again.
Well, it's an amendment now.
Either I misunderstood it or whatever. But
Your listening ears on.
I was, but obviously.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, could you read it again? Councillor Castles, can you put your buzzer off for a wee bit? Councillor Smith, could you just give us, thank you.
Sorry, to clarify, I was asking for a point 3, which was that council right to all existing state MPs on the Central Coast seeking additional funding or seeking external funding from those members of Parliament towards this program.
Was that state and federal?
State. Just state.
Just state. Yeah. Councillor Reaton and yeah. Yep. They'll accept that. Just wait for the.
Just to be clear for the minute clerks, that's being accepted into the original motion.
Rights to all state members seeking funding. Yep. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I have jumped the queue just a little bit, Councillor Castle, so I've just got a question. So, Mr Mayor, through you to the staff, so notwithstanding Councillor McGregor's part 3, the way it currently stands is basically the verge planting program allocates a budget of $100,000 for verge trees planting. Is that correct? That's basically what it does, in effect.
That's the confusing part, whether it's taken from someone else.
Through Mr Mayor, yes, councillor.
Okay, so so does that mean next year when councillors stand up and say we want to increase the budget, then it's in contradiction to a resolution of council and we have to go through some kind of rescission or anything like that if we've adopted a finite amount?
All you're doing is adopting a program. The allocation of resources towards the program would be a decision of the council.
Well, no. The previous resolution specifically said 100,000. So it was a resolution of council.
But that's for next year. So
Okay.
when council adopts the budget, let's presume that they do adopt that amount. But if the following year, if the program continues and council wishes to support the program, then adopt the amount of money that they thought was appropriate.
Okay. Mr Mayor, I will just speak very briefly against this. I think the announcement of, was it 600,000 for the peninsula or was it more? For just the peninsula makes 100,000 for the whole of the Central Coast look pretty dismal and ineffective. So I think unless we're seriously treating this as a worthwhile environmental community greening program about biodiversity and mitigating climate impacts, then it's just a tokenistic nothing really in the big scheme of things, which is a shame. I think there's great potential there, but I don't think that's what this is about. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I too am quite supportive of this idea, and I certainly thought that the report that the staff had put together, noting the report, it was very comprehensive, and I think gave us a good overview of risk, benefits and risks, etc. It greatly concerns me that point 2 about referring it back to environment and planning. Now, the issue here is apparently this committee, and I am a voting member on that committee, so I stand, equally responsible, is going to determine the program. Now, the reality of this is, surely this is stepping way too far into operational matters for a council standing committee to determine a program, and also delegating the committee to the authority to finalise the program within the adopted budget. Again, it's just slipping into that grey zone where decisions are made and authority is bestowed upon a committee rather than the 15 people, we don't have 15 in the room tonight, but let's assume we do, the 15 people who are in this room for a council meeting. I really think this is a slippery slope which we really would be best off to avoid at all costs. And I would like to direct one question through you, Mr Mayor, to perhaps to the Director. If you're part of determining a program, would you consider that to be at least partially stepping into operational matters? Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just reading the resolution, Councillor, I would expect from that we'll refer this more detailed report for discussion with the committee, and we'll probably look to make a recommendation about the form. So we've provided this information at this stage, but we'll be able to firm that up for the EP committee report and make a recommendation to the committee.
Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just would like to clarify and explain that this is not a tokenistic program in any way. This is and adopt a verge program for the whole Central Coast, where all residents will be able to plant trees on the verge, which will reduce heat canopy and it will create more shade. The state minister has given 600,000, and that's only producing 400 trees. This program is 100,000 and can produce more than 4,000. So please consider that when you think about the money and the way that this program is being structured. There is a large amount of trees being produced for the whole of the Central Coast, far more than the amount of money that is being offered by the state government specifically for the peninsula.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Stanton. You just mentioned how this program has been structured, and I'm hoping you can expand on how this program has been structured. You
don't need to answer that.
Except that how you just articulated that indicated a program already being structured. So just if you can clarify for us if that is the case, or if that's not the case, that's fine.
I don't think Councillor Stanton's wanting to answer that question. Councillor Lamont.
I was just going to add to what Councillor Walsh said, but there's a number of options that we're being presented, so I don't think you can say that the 600,000 is going to achieve this and the 100,000 is going to achieve that, because we still don't know. So I think that's being a bit presumptuous. And as I said, I'd like to know what we're actually trying to achieve with it. Is it biodiversity? Is it just everyone planting a tree wherever? Is it a canopy, a heat island? Like, I don't think you can sort of say, we're doing more trees, so it's going to achieve, it's better. This is where we're probably relying on a program to be established by people that actually work in the area rather than councillors. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, noting the time, I mean, firstly, the member for Gosford did actually put in her media release how many trees were being planted. Secondly, noting the time, I'll move the motion be put.
Thank you. Yeah. Move the motion to be put. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Smith's out the room. That's it. Let's put the motion. Motion be put.
Move and reply, Mr Mayor.
All right, sorry.
Just briefly, councillors, I'm a bit surprised. I know it's getting late, but if you actually read the report, it talks about options and then sub-options. And the only way to resolve it, unless we spend another hour here tonight, is to send it back to some other forum, and the committee is clearly the appropriate forum for which to send it. And indeed, to defend Councillor Stanton, the first part of the report does talk about 4,000 trees. So that's in the report. But that's only if one option is taken up. And as I said, there's two main options with various sub-options after that. So I just think it's logical. This is not put up to try and ram anything through. It's actually try and work through the best way to get the best outcome, which is the most trees in the ground.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Motion's carried. Next item, 7.5, Mangrove Mountain Advisory Subcommittee. Councillors are advised by the CEO yesterday membership of this subcommittee was resolved as a matter arising at the 29th of April 2025 ordinary meeting at Council. Therefore, this item does not need to be considered tonight. I will move a procedural motion that this item is not considered. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item, 7.6, local government remuneration tribunal determination, mayor and councillor fees 2026-27. Do we have a mover? Councillor Eaton, seconder, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Lamont.
I'm going to speak against this. I did actually vote against it last year, but I wanted to speak against it for myself because I know everyone's situation is completely different. Last year when I did vote against it, I actually got accused of, well, she's going to get the rise anyway, so it really didn't, it was very tokenistic standing up and opposing something. So this year, I'm fortunate, I'm very lucky, like in a lot of ways, but what I am going to do is actually vote against it. But if it is carried by everyone else, I will be donating my portion of the pay rise to Coast Shelter. And that's it.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Everyone apart from Councillor Lamont, and against Councillor McQuaid's out, and against is Councillor Lamont. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Item 7.7, Community Support Grant Programme, March 2026.
Mr Mayor, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Staff, you moving, the seconder, Councillor McNamara. Any discussion? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. And Councillor Councillor McQuaid's out the room. Item 7.8, minutes of the advisory group and committee meetings held in Q3. Councillor Eaton moved. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Castles, thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous, apart Councillor McQuaid's out the room. 7.9, Council Resolution Action Status Update. Can I have a mover? Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor McNamara. Councillor Lamont.
I was just going to say the report's actually quite confusing to read. And I don't know whether anyone else found that. There seems to be a lot of items that are coming out of the committees, which I don't, as I said, to me it's probably been the hardest one to read so far. Outstanding council resolutions. So I just wonder whether we've changed the format or something's actually changed from the last time he actually reported. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
One of the things we did change was to add in the completed council actions in relation to items coming out of committee. It's only where council has made a resolution. So if the committee's made a recommendation to council and council's made a resolution, then they're captured in there. If there's something in particular that you think is missing, we can look into that for you. I'm happy to take a look further at that to understand what is different.
Councillor McNamara.
Yes, I've got a question through yourself to the Director of Environment and Planning regarding Mountain Road. It does seem to be taking a little time for the items to be completed on the Mountain Road, considering the development that will go up there for jobs in the north area. Just wondering if you've got a little bit more detail on where we're going with the Mountain Road.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Your councillor, it is taking longer than we would have liked. We're working at the moment on the inputs into a revised contribution plan, and that's including a concept design for Mangrove Road upgrade and also stormwater designs. So that's work that's progressing, but that's taking that is a more detailed piece of work, and there is some work being done on a development control plan about staging of how the precinct would work as well. We've undertaken the discussions with Transport for New South Wales regarding the intersection about joint contributions, and so there is a fair bit of work going on, but it's a complex precinct and it's taking us probably longer than we were hoping.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, perhaps through you, to one of the directors. Reading the attached report that relates to the active council resolutions and the completed council resolutions, there's a most peculiar sentence in here, and I'm wondering if I could be advised whether AI is used to create these reports. This sentence says, the change in action generation and processing has been endorsed by the executive leadership team and socialised with the action owners. First of all, could I have an explanation what that means? And secondly, whether we're using AI to help us do our reports. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. It's probably just bureaucratic speak. That means we talked about it with the ELT. And no, we don't use AI to generate our reports.
Councillor Newton.
I just had a question too, Mr Mayor, through you to the Director of Environment and Planning. I note that there's an outstanding resolution about the Lakehaven Cinema, which says there was reports to come to the committees in May, and obviously that hasn't occurred. So I'm not sure if you can give us an update on where we're up to.
Through Mr. Mayor, we've gone to expression of interest. We've received a range of interested parties who all want to start the cinema up again, and that's in the final stages of reviewing before we select a preferred leasee. And at this stage, it's on track for the cinema us to agree a lease soon, and that the cinema would be reopening by approximately September. Yeah.
All right, no further debate. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 8.1, notice of motion, delegation to standing committees. Councillor Reaton.
Yes, there is actually an amended version of that motion. If we could have that, which I sent through to Civic a little while ago, we could have that to come up. And it does take notice of the CEO's response suggesting a report. So that's what I've been put into the motion. Receives a report to the June ordinary meeting, and the second part is basically the same as before. Councillors, this obviously has been predicated on the fact that until tonight, we've been unable to finish a council meeting this year. However, maybe we've turned a leaf tonight, and when the report comes back to the June meeting, there won't be a need to go down this track of having more matters finally determined by the standing committees. So hopefully we won't go any further with this, but I still think the report that will set out what can and can't be done and then can be considered is worth proceeding with.
Thanks, Councillor Reaton. Could I have a seconder? Councillor McNamara. Councillor Smith.
Is there any? Mr. Mayor, I'll move an amendment, please, if I may. So that was provided to staff, please. Thank you. So if I have a seconder, I will speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think I agree with Councillor Eaton that the standing committee process is very inefficient. No, it's been a while. I can't remember, but it's been a while. Yeah. No.
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Eaton that the standing committee process as it currently stands is inefficient. And I take on board the CEO's advice, and it would appear that the CEO's advice suggests that in order to delegate decision-making to the standing committees, they would need to comprise all councillors. And so that's what this motion does. It amends the membership of the standing committees to include all councillors, which would then enable us to delegate decision-making to those committees. It would then allow us to schedule those standing committees on the second Tuesday of each month. And that I don't believe would cause any great difficulty as the standing committees meet on other Tuesdays. In fact, it would reduce the number of times we have to have staff and use meeting rooms and do all that kind of thing, because I know those costs, $17,000 for some meetings. So look, this is a genuine attempt to achieve what Councillor Eaton was saying, that we delegate decision-making. We don't have these discussions, these debates, these reports 2 times. We schedule those standing committees on the second Tuesday, and this motion requests that the CEO come back with a schedule. It might mean that the Economic Development and the EMP Committee happen every second month to allow the other standing committees to slot into that schedule. But I do believe that this would improve our efficiency, improve our decision-making, and make sure all councillors are fully engaged in those reports and that decision-making role. What it also does is it requests a amendment to the terms of reference to allow then public forum before those standing committees, so we can hear from people at the time that we are making those decisions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Have you got a seconder? Councillor Moore.
Did you want to speak?
Your butter, Councillor Smith.
I'll see what
Councillor Lamont.
I just wanted to agree with what Councillor Smith said, but let's just do it once. Let's do it once and get it over and done with, rather than repeating. I'm quite sure that staff and the ELT, it'd be easier for them as well. You guys, sorry, it shouldn't be you guys. Councillors are in here every Tuesday, for the committees anyway. Why repeat everything a second time at the end of the month? I don't go to the committees meetings. I do watch them and I actually listen to them even when I'm walking. But even one thing I find, even if I do cover the meetings, watch them, read the papers and everything, by the time I get to the ordinary meeting, I have to reread everything again. It's just too much, and because you don't remember everything, you're overloaded with new material, then you have to go to old material. Let's just get it done once, and the best way to do that is by having everyone, all the councillors in the committees, and make decisions there on the night, and we don't have to revisit it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Castles.
Yes, so just through you, Mr. Mayor, just getting a bit of clarity from Councillor Smith here, if that's okay, through you. So, Councillor Smith, if all councillors were on a standing committee, have you any thoughts about, because that would mean, of course, everybody could attend and be a voting member, one assumes, etc., hold all of, the authority that we do have on standing committees. But how do you think that might work in terms of, for example, a quorum? Is this going to be, how would you work it out? Assuming that not everybody is always going to attend all the time, possibly. I don't know how it would work. I'd just like a bit more detail, thank you, if possible.
Sorry.
Mr Mayor. So I'll take advice from the staff, but my assumption is it's the same as half plus one. You know, standing committees at other councils often do include all councillors. So it's not a novel thing. Yeah, I think Lake Macquarie still has a standing committee process, am I right? Yeah, so they have standing committee for planning. I think they have standing committee for economy, but I could be wrong. It might be a little while since I've looked at that. So this is not an unusual proposition. This is quite standard. It would be half plus one, so there would be an expectation of all councillors to attend, but you know, we all read the numbers in the room, so it depends on whether you feel you need to be there or not. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I would speak in favour of this amendment by way of speaking against the original motion, I guess, because even with the suggestions that Councillor Eaton has put up prior to the amendment, his own amendments, the concern for me, I guess, is and I feel that this amendment really really addresses my concerns, or really goes a long way to addressing my concerns about the kind of lack of democratic transparency that existed in the original motion. So, you know, seeking to reduce the role of full council meetings as a primary forum for public debate, transparency and democratic oversight. So the original proposal raises really serious concerns about the concentration of decision-making power, diminished public accountability, weakened democratic approaches, and certainly the potential marginalisation of community voices. It's deeply problematic from a democratic perspective because it implicitly treats public deliberation as an inconvenience rather than the core function of an elected local government. Additionally, so I've mentioned that concerns about democratic accountability, transparency implications, public participation, governance and culture, and this amendment goes a long way to addressing this. And even the CEO's response to the original motion proposed, which is an accurate one. This may be legally complex because it clearly might be, but it also, you know, we need to be asking if it's democratically desirable, and clearly the original one, you know, wasn't. So I'm interested in, through you, Mr Mayor, well actually no, it's probably not relevant at this point in terms of the amendment, but we'll hold these questions depending on how this goes. So thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Without preempting the potential legal advice, I'm just curious, if we're delegating everything to the committees, what kind of things would be likely to actually come to a council meeting? Is anyone able to answer that? Like what, as I said, without preempting the legal advice, what are the kind of things that would come to a council meeting apart from what we'd be doing through delegation at the committees?
The things that would normally would be your major pieces of work, like your final budget, and perhaps some of your major planning documents, and anything that doesn't make the committee deadline. So you would still have an amount of stuff that goes to the council meeting, and of course, council notices a motion.
And just a follow-up question, in the event that we are able to get that legal advice, what's the sort of timeline that we'd be expecting to get the information around what delegations are possible and what's not? Is that a monthly thing? Is that a couple of months? What are we looking at?
Look, it wouldn't be that much. There's only a few things that aren't delegable, but you'd want that to be clear and understand it. Can I say the motion the amendment that's been put, just to be clear, is effectively, and as Councillor Smith said, with a quorum of 50% plus one, is recreating another full council. The only difference is the mayor doesn't need to chair, so you can rotate the chair. So that's the only other point.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Castles.
Yeah, just very quickly. I know there's been, Councillor Eaton has put forward an amendment to the original motion, and I know that we are looking at an amendment here. I am somewhat curious, and I'll just make this as a statement, that it's interesting to me that the very month, in fact, 2 weeks after the PIO is officially lifted on Central Coast Council, we actually have these kind of notices of motion coming to the chambers, which to some extent I would suggest, if the PIO was still in place, would be possibly questionable. Thank you.
Thank you. So, no more further discussion on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, which is Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont's amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Castles, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. So that's the amendments lost. Who abstained? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Walsh and Councillor Crowley abstained for voting. All those in favour? All those in favour of the motion, original motion?
Are we going to have debate?
Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The original motion is carried. I would just like to put a procedural motion that the council extend the ordinary meeting of council by 30 minutes. We've only got 3 items to go in accordance with the adopted code of meeting practice. Can I have a seconder, Councillor McGregor? Thank you. All those in favour? All those in favour extending by half an hour? So we'll have to go through because not everybody's up. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith. Oh, everybody's up now, so thank you. So unanimous. 8.2, notice of motion short-term in Airbnb accommodation. Councillor Crowley, was you wanting? You want to put the motion? You have to.
I believe there's an amendment coming up.
So have we got a seconder for Councillor Crowley? We'll wait and see. If,
Thank you.
So Councillor Walsh. Right. So you want to speak on it, Councillor Crowley?
I was going to wait for the amendment.
All right. Okay, that's fine. You have to put your buzzer off.
Okay, so
Councillor Lamont.
this is the amendment that I'm putting through. It's basically acknowledging that this is going to the Economic and Development Committee meeting in August, a report. It's just asking for extra details or making sure that certain things are actually covered in that meeting and any report that actually does go back to the Economic Development Committee meeting. To me, there's definitely a lot of registered Airbnbs and short-term rentals.
No, yeah. Seconder, Councillor Smith.
Short-term rentals on the Central Coast. People still need to live on the Central Coast, and I think if we're looking at housing affordability, we need to look at transferring some of these STRs onto long-term rentals. An example is Terrigal. If you go down to Terrigal at night time, other than holiday periods, the lights are all out. There's no one living there. I remember a time when Terrigal actually had, it wasn't too long ago, it had a butcher stall. But once you people live out of the area, there's no need for any of those services, and the places become ghost towns. And I think we really need to bring a balance back to some of our coastal suburbs, especially the high short-term rental areas. Otherwise, I mean, as a business, I don't know how they survive outside of holidays. And I hope when the report does come back, we actually look at the options that we can take, because a lot of other areas across New South Wales and Australia and the world are actually looking at the inequity of your short-term rental market on people that actually live and work in areas. So hopefully everyone does go along with what I'm actually requesting with the report that is actually brought back to the Economic Development Committee. It's not like we're actually voting for anything to happen. It's just like, I think this information to come in very handy.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll stay seated. Look, I think it's fair to say an amendment of that length should have been circulated with councillors in advance. On the fly at 10 o'clock at night, there's no way that we can properly read through all of that and make a sound judgment. I would either suggest that the mover be open to laying this on the table to the next meeting, or that this be raised at the next meeting of the Economic Development Committee when the report goes back there to make an assessment, because that's not good process in terms of transparency and good governance.
Any other discussion? Yep. Okay, so McNamara.
Yeah, just got I suppose, an idea. You can do notices and motions to the Economic Development Committee, any of the subcommittees. I think that's correct. So rather than waiting for somebody, maybe you put a notice of motion into the Economic Development Committee with all this on it, because, I mean, I would probably agree with you, but I can't read everything and take it in right now. That's my problem.
So how do I do that? Do I just send you an email, or?
You've got a motion before the chair, okay? So to me, there's three ways you can deal with it. You can vote on it now. You can have the matter lay on the table, and that means it'll come up at the next council meeting. Can be picked up by the council and debated, and everybody will have notice of it. Or you can refer it. Council can refer it to a specific committee. They're the three ways you can deal with it. It's not my job to tell you to decide that, but they're the three ways you can send it.
Okay. In that case, I will refer it to the Economic Development Committee meeting.
Yep. Thank you. So
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
And seconded by Councillor Wright.
Okay. Councillor Smith can second that.
Yep. Oh, that is. And now is Councillor Crowley's motion. All those in favour? Or Councillor Daniels?
Sorry,
Yeah, that did Councillor Crowley and Councillor Castles or Councillor Walsh withdraw so that Councillor Lamont's motion took precedence? Yeah. So that's what's happened. So you move that. That's withdrawn. Councillor Lamont's motion stood in the chair, and now we're moving a procedural motion or a directional motion that this matter be considered by the. Yep. Yeah. Okay. That be considered by the Environment, the Economic Development Committee. Beautiful.
Yep.
So there's no Councillor Crowley hasn't got a motion, so you're just putting the motion that the matter be considered by the Economic Development.
So putting this all, Kyla, was you?
Yeah, I just had a really quick question. Just wondering through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with the intention of the motion, but I was just wondering, as a council, is there any action we could actually take on this?
There are limited abilities of the council to deal with these things, but there potentially are some things that councils can do. But in New South Wales, with the current planning regulations, the current rating restrictions, a whole range of things, there are very limited controls that we have in this space. But we can explore those via a report.
All right. Councillor Crowley.
Don't you have to have a DA to open up an Airbnb?
No.
No?
No.
Anyone can be an Airbnb? Wow, okay, thank you.
All right, all those in favour? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Wright's at the bathroom. Item 8.3, notice of motion, name change of Carrington Oval. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I move what's on the screen in front of you. So seeking further information and then looking to kickstart the process to change the name of Carrington Street Oval to David Smallman Oval. Carrington Street Oval's previously been known as Pandala Oval. They're the two streets that run either side of it. David Smallman passed away recently, more than 12 months ago. He was a long-time member, playing member and also committee member of the Narara, Wyoming Cricket Club specifically, but furthermore Central Coast Cricket Association and the New South Wales Country Cricketers Association.
All right.
Oh. Okay, yeah, look, if you want to change to consider rename, not a problem.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor.
So,
Thanks, Councillor Eaton.
yes, this proposal to rename the oval there has been put forward by the Narara, Wyoming Cricket Club, Central Coast Cricket in particular, Alistair Kennedy, and I would acknowledge the work that Alistair Kennedy has done in trying to progress this proposal over the past sort of 12 to 18 months. So David Smallman, otherwise known as Straub, that was his nickname. He joined the Narara, Wyoming Cricket Club in 1964. In his first season in first grade, got a hat-trick in the grand final and was a successful first grade premiership through the 64 through 70 season. In 1972, there was a double hat-trick in the semi-final against Umina. In total, David achieved 523 wickets and 10 premierships in his time playing first through fourth grade, from what I understand from the information provided to me through the club. Potentially the most important part of his cricketing career was actually when he got Gary Sobers out, a name that anyone who knows the sport would be quite familiar with as the greatest all-rounder to ever play cricket. Caught by Bob Simpson, who recently passed last year, and bowled Dave Smallman. So on the administrative side, his contribution was as president of the Narara, Wyoming Cricket Club 1984 through 1988. He was a club patron from 2014 until 2024. He was the president of Central Coast Cricket in 2002, 2003, and also for a brief time in the early 1990s. Delegate to New South Wales Country Cricket and delegate to New South Wales Cricket from 1995 to 1998. Also, he did a lot of community service with the Adeline Group. He was the chairman of the board for some time, and the Australian Retailers Association as well. He served there. And finally, acknowledging the service that he provided with the church, the Gosford Uniting Church. He ran the Sunday lunch program from 1997 until 2020 when COVID came in. So David Smallman was recognised in 2023 with an OAM and the King's Birthday honours list there. So clearly, whether it's through sporting, community or religious service, this is a man who's achieved quite a lot and contributed quite a lot to our community. I would note that the facility is dual purpose. It is shared with Rugby League and the local soccer club do some training there when they can't get into Gavenlock. But the Oval, as it stands after it received significant money from the state, is now the home of the higher grades for the Narara, Wyoming Cricket Club. And it is the club's view that they would like to have their home named after one of their most, if not the most significant player for the club in recent decades. So I commend the motion to the floor and I seek your support in progressing this proposal to the point where, just let me flick down here, where we can go out to the Geographical Names Board of New South Wales, do the due diligence and go and seek to see if there is community support to do this, of which I'm sure that there at least anecdotally from the people in the area and the people involved in the club there, would certainly be on board with this. So hopefully we can put this forward and achieve this significant name change for the friends and relatives of Mr. Smallman, particularly his very close friend and long-time teammate, Mr. Merrick. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. No other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, 8.4, notice of motion, efficiency targets and financial sustainability. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Do I have a mover for this
And
one?
a seconder.
Seconder, sorry. Anyone? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank the staff and CEO for the response that has been provided. I appreciate that the response does address some of the aspects and partially satisfies some of the points in my nom. The information is useful and appreciated. However, I'm still concerned that several key governance questions raised remain unresolved. The response explains the broad mechanisms and intent behind the efficiency targets, but it does not provide sufficient detail on deliverability or the level of confidence in achieving the savings, transparency, risk and dependencies, contingency planning, or the level of confidence in achieving the savings. In particular, the efficiency targets are already embedded in the 2026 base budget and the long-term financial plan from year one. Given that implementation is only weeks away, I do not understand why Council cannot receive a more strategic level information about how these targets are expected to be achieved and monitored. The response says it is not practical or possible to identify in advance the exact sources and associated amounts and to report those to Council in the time frame requested in the notice of motion. But if these efficiencies are starting in just over a month, isn't the detail already there and available? At the moment, it feels as though the financial target has been established first, while the detailed pathway to achieving it is still evolving. I'm concerned that Council has not yet been provided with a clear framework for what will qualify as a genuine efficiency, how efficiencies will be measured and validated, how service impacts will be assessed, or what information will be included in quarterly reporting. Without greater detail, there is a risk that a wide range of budget outcomes, including delayed expenditure, vacancies, deferred works, or unintended service reductions, could potentially be characterised as efficiency savings, even though they are not. My concern is that these savings are material and relied upon as part of Council's long-term financial sustainability strategy. Councillors should have sufficient visibility over the assumptions, governance, risks, and reporting framework before adopting long-term financial plan, and the efficiency targets are part of that. My nom is not about operational management decisions. We just need more detail. I believe we need to understand how these savings will actually be governed, monitored and measured and reported, not just that they are expected to happen. Our long-term financial plan is tight and relying on a new SVR or SRV. So we as councillors really need to have a bit more detail around these issues I have raised in the nom. On the basis that parts of the nom have been satisfied in the CEO's response, I've made the following amendments and I hope councillors will support this. So I think...
Thank you, Councillor.
No. So that's it. Thank you.
Can you put your buzzer? Thanks. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I had an amendment as well to consider, which does pick up most of Councillor Lamont's motion, but makes it a little bit, I think, simpler and easier for the staff to respond. So the main main difference is in point 4, where it simply gives the staff some flexibility in terms of writing the report. I actually agree with Councillor Lamont that these are important issues and commend her for bringing this motion to the Council. So if there's a seconder for the amendment, I'll go ahead.
Who's this?
All the sort of detail in the middle.
You need a seconder.
Well, that was in response to the CEO's comments.
You got a seconder for Councillor Wright?
I'm happy to second it, but just to clarify, is Councillor Lamont accepting this as an amendment? Okay, well, I'll speak to the... Yeah, again, I have to say this is an example of where we can do better on the transparency and good governance part, because it's very hard for councillors to consider this on the fly. But I will make some overarching comments about the theme, whether you want me to speak against the amendment or for the original motion, which I think has good intentions. I would say that one thing that we should also consider, Councillor Lamont, would be, and which I spoke about last year, whether this is through this NOM or through a later process, would be actually weaving the targets for efficiency within the CEO performance review, because that's really our capability as councillors from a staffing perspective. Not that I think the CEO does a bad job, but that's our ability as councillors to make sure those are met, and then when we sign off on the various CEO components through the year, we can track it against that. So I'd also be open to seeing that included.
Councillor Lamont?
Just on the amendments, on this amendment, it's not giving a time, like, I for one could not at this stage, and we're not allowed to, you know, predetermine vote our votes or say we're going to vote a certain way, but without finding a bit more about the efficiency target, there's no way I could vote for the budget. I mean, there's probably other issues, but I can't vote something on the fact that it's going to happen unless I know how it's going to happen. And that's what's being left out of this amendment. I hope the CEO's performance is actually based on this, but how do you know what the detail in it? And as I said, I just don't think we've got enough detail on how we're going to achieve that efficiency target. So I can't accept the amendment. I think we need to have the idea, like the details that I've had a look at. If you look at my amendment, it's not much different to what was originally put up there. It's actually taken out the details that have actually been answered by the CEO. Yep.
Well,
the amendment
version.
Yeah.
So really it's the A, B, C, D and E in the part 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
That we just need to put back in. Why can't we put that back in? What's the problem with that?
Well, the CEO staff rightly said most of that was imponderable.
I've taken out what has been.
Imponderable, yes.
What?
That word?
Haven't got a clue. Is that what we're saying?
Councillor Lamont?
Unable to be determined.
Oh, Councillor Smith? Oh, sorry, Councillor Castles. Sorry, it's Councillor Castles. We'll come to you, Councillor Smith.
Hang on. Is it me or?
Yeah, it's you.
It is me. Okay, it kept jumping around. Thank you. I just want some clarification here. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamont, if that's okay. I'm just trying to get into my brain, which is not easy at 22, 14, 41. What's before us on the screen, is that what was in the business papers? Are there amendments to that? So this is the amended version. Okay, all right, thank you. That clarifies that a bit. The other quick question I have through you, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps through to the CEO, is clearly the long-term financial plan 2026-2036 is going to be adopted, well, coming before us for adoption fairly soon. I'm wondering, just on a practical or logistical sort of level, if a report such as is mentioned in here and even in the amendment that Councillor Eaton put up, is that sort of time frame to provide that sort of report before the adoption issue comes up realistic?
Depends on how detailed you want. Look, the underlying issue is that all government includes efficiency targets, and essentially when the federal government adopts its budget and when the state government adopts its budget, it puts in an efficiency target for all leaders to achieve, because we have we get a fundamental structural deficit built into our rate cap. Our rate cap builds in an efficiency target. So when IPART determines our rate cap, they give us less than we would need to do like for like the same way. And so what that fundamentally does is drives us across the business and every leader across the business to try during the year to do the same with less, and using different techniques, using new technology, and using different sourcing of materials and goods and services to deliver more with less, or the same with less. And so right across a very complex business, we can give you examples, but what you will find is across years, even though those settings are there, councils, some councils are able to stay in surplus for a long period of time, and as we are. So we can do and provide you with a response, and we should be able to provide a response with the budget on this, but the deeply complex one that shows how we're going to do that in, every bit of the business would be, impossible to do in the short term.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think there should be scope to combine these two motions. I really, with Councillor Eaton's motion, I just feel like it's asking for reassurances rather than actual information. And I think Councillor Lamont's dot points provide some key question points. I accept that the answer might be imponderable, apparently, or vague or not known at that point in time, but I don't think that's a reason not to be able to ask the question. I think with the efficiency targets, in theory that's a great thing to do, and we all recognise that, but if those efficiency measures have an impact on our community, it's the councillors that answer the questions more than the staff. So I think it's fair and reasonable to just ask the question about what kind of implementation is going to be happening. And if it's not known at this point, it's not known. I would be surprised if there wasn't a broad idea. In fact, I think, CEO, you just outlined some of the things that might be a part of those efficiency measures. So I really would ask that we combine these two and just put back in those dot points. And again, if the answer is can't say at this point in time, then that's the answer. Can we do that, please?
May I make a suggestion, and can I move that we lay this matter on the table with the understanding that Councillor Lamont and Councillor Eaton, as Councillor Smith said, combine these two motions and with a final product, and I'm sure in that time, based on what the CEO said, staff can provide some sort of wording around the efficiency targets to enhance the final motion between what Councillor Lamont and Councillor Eaton moved. So I'll move. Okay. I'll move Councillor Eaton's motion be put then.
Amendment. Got to correct it.
I think we have. Yeah. Put the motion be put. This is the... Yeah, this is the gag on the amendment. On the amendment. So it's been put that the motion be put. All those in favour of the motion being put? Councillor McKenna, Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton. No? Yeah, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. So the motion be put now, which was the amendment of Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Carried, so the amendment becomes a motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor. All those against? Councillor Castles. Yeah, Councillor. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. And the motion of Councillor Eaton is carried. So now I declare the meeting closed at 10:22. Thank you.